Hello and welcome to the eFootball Championship Pro, the professional league where the world's top esports players from 8 of Europe's professional clubs will be competing against one another, with each club fielding a 3-man team in pursuit of championship glory. Today, the 22 season kicks off and we have the first 3 matches of Group A. I'm Semra Hunter, I'll be your host for today, as well as throughout the entirety of the tournament. You may remember me from back in 2018. It's been a while, but I'm absolutely thrilled to be back here with you all once again. Having said that, we're in some great company for today. First of all, with this prized asset, the one thing that everybody wants to get their hands on, the trophy for eFootball. And of course, we have joining us as well from their homes, our fabulously dynamic duo, commentary pair of Harry Channon and Stuart Wesley. Wezza, you know him by. Guys, so excited to be here today. I can only imagine how you both are feeling. How are we feeling exactly, though, ahead of the new season?
So excited. Great to have you on board this season as well, Semra. Yeah, this is a staple competition that I always look forward to in the eFootball calendar. We're here on match day 1. It's been a long road up to this point, but we're finally here with some shake-ups in format, and I can't wait to get the competition underway.
Yeah, with the new format, brings new drama, brings new goals, brings new action. I mean, I'm nervous for the players, let alone for my own commentary. I am very nervous for everybody else participating in this. It's gonna be chaos.
Well, listen, Wes, you're looking nice and sharp for the day, so I'm glad to see that nerves aside, we're all ready for the big one. It's going to be 3 fabulous weekends of action, but of course, we want to focus on what is ahead for today. So let's take a quick look at what's in store.
This is a competition I look forward to every single year.
We will fight the maximum and we will try to win like always.
I think it's the group of the death. We are Monaco, we are afraid of nobody.
So important in these groups to start fast. It's probably make or break for one of these clubs.
For sure is the group. We are Bayern, we are training a lot. We're ready for the battle.
Group A or Group B, it doesn't matter. You have to win everyone in the end. So we're fighting for the title and we want to be champions.
It's not just a co-op competition anymore, it's 1v1. We'll probably see the best of the 2 of them.
Is there a key game in either of these days here?
It looks like it'll be Celtic versus Bayern. All of the teams know where they're meant to be. Let's just get the show on the road. I want to see goals now.
Let's get the show on the road indeed. We all want to see goals and goals galore, don't we? So let's take a quick look at what is going to be coming up for today, those 3 matches that we have on offer for you. It all kicks off in just a few minutes' time at 1:05 Central European time between Celtic and Monaco. Then a real clash of titans, this one at 2:15 rather, between Bayern München and Manchester United. Then last but not least for the day, Celtic will line up against Bayern München. And Harry, that one could be decisive, but both of these 2 teams are going to have 2 matches for today.
Yeah, a double header on match day 1 for both of those clubs. Of course, we have to remember the new format as well. It's not co-op. It is 1 versus 1. Each match has 3 games. You can win a maximum of 9 points per match. So with 3 points up for grabs with every single game, it's going to be so tight for every single one of these clubs competing in this competition this year.
Yeah, with more games comes more risk. You know, you have more to lose going into each match tie, as it were, with 3 single games all have 3 points on the line. So I think, you know, again, looking at teams who could be in the driver's seat, it could be the teams that play twice today, but Monaco and Man United will still have something to play for and will have a little bit of an idea of what they're going up against.
And speaking of something to play for, the best esports performers on the day in each match will be able to get their hands on some individual awards as well as get their hands on some succulent monetary prizes as well. For example, keep your eye out for best goal of the day, best player of each group, and on top of that, we'll be handing out the MVP award at the end of this season. But of course, the good news is it's not just for the esports players, it's also for all of you at home as well, the eFootball fans. There's lots of prizes coming your way. So Harry, fill us in. What is it exactly that they can win?
Well, thanks to Konami this season, you can earn 500 eFootball points by watching the viewing campaign through the game. You have to make sure, of course, the streaming program is being watched through the game. Otherwise, this will not count. The other campaign we have this season, which is so exciting, is the Victory Giveaway campaign. We've partnered with all of the clubs this season to give away goods every single time they win a game. That's not one match, that is one game within a match. So all of the items you see on your screen right now can be won by the different participating clubs. It can be yours if you follow the instructions to participate in the Victory Giveaway that each club will carry out on their social media. So make sure you're tuning in to both the stream and also the club's social media, and make sure you're supporting your favorite teams in this competition.
Well, do as the man says, follow and support your respective teams, because those are some pretty top prizes to get your hands on. So without further ado, though, I'm sure you're all very patiently and eagerly awaiting to see the football get underway. So let's take a look at our first matchup between Celtic and Monaco and see what the clubs have prepared for us.
For the season, we want to win the title for sure. I'm very happy to have these teammates, and I think we can bring the title together.
We are Monaco. We are afraid of nobody. We have two new players this year. Next is a future talent. Gifera, one of the best players of history. Thank you to all for this competition, and good luck to all team.
This really is a thrilling encounter to get us going between Celtic and Monaco, not least because three former players will be going up against one another after a magnificent campaign where together they all managed to reach the final. We'll give the big reveal in just a moment, but Harry, we'd love to get your thoughts about these two teams going up against one another, because there's so many talking points to take from it, not just because of the two clubs, the fact that Celtic have a brand new team, but there's some heavy hitters amongst this one as well.
Absolutely, some heavy hitters, and I think we've just popped up on our screen, Semra, who's going to be playing the first game, and my words, what a reaction that is. Uzmakabil versus Kilsgu, former teammates to kick us off.
And not just that, right?
A little bit like student versus master here, Semra. What a game.
And we also have three-time world champion against two-time top scorer of this competition, Wes. It's going to be fascinating stuff. Fireworks will surely be kicking off between these two.
Two words for this game, Semra: box office. This is as good as they come. You've got the young upstart in Kilzu. You have the experienced master in Uzmakabil. This one is going to be fireworks indeed.
All right. Well, there you have it. One very much to keep an eye on then. We can't miss this encounter. Let's go ahead and get going with it then. So I'll hand it over to you two then and take it away. Let's have some fun for the next few moments with this first game.
Thank you so much, Semra. Yeah, it's been a long time coming to this point, Wes. We're still a little moments away from kickoff while we're starting to get ready. But first and foremost, it's great to be back with you. Let's talk a little bit about the referee who is going to be overseeing things, Mr. Sergio in the back, making sure that we are complying, of course, throughout the competition. All the rules and regulations are being adhered to. There he is. Thank you very much, Sergio. But Wes, it's great to be back here. It's been a long road coming. We're here on match day 1, group stages, Group A, first match. It could not be set up more perfectly between these two players. And I think we saw a bit of a surprise reaction from those two. I think they were seeing each other for the first time as their first opponent. You could see a bit of a wry smile from both of them in terms of their opponent in this first match.
Yeah, you can really imagine that this will probably be more of a chess match than I think most of us will probably anticipate. You would think, you know, with it being game one of day one, you think, oh, okay, well, everyone's going to come out and they'll try and, you know, throw the proverbial kitchen sink at each other. But actually, I think this will be slightly more of a cagey affair. You know, we did see that slight, you know, the wry smiles from both Uzmakabil and Kilzu, who were both, I would say, pleasantly surprised to see each other. But again, if you are Kilzu, you probably don't want to see Uzmakabil. And if you're Uzmakabil, you probably don't want to see Kilzu. So I think there was a bit of, oh, do we have to play each other? But this will be an intriguing tie for a variety of different reasons. We've talked about the student v master kind of almost storyline, as it were, but it'll be interesting to see how much of each individual's gameplay have they really picked up from each other, and how well that they can kind of bypass things. So, you know, I'll hand it back to you, and hopefully we'll be ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, hopefully soon. You can see them just loading into the game here. And that's a word I want to pick up on that you mentioned there, intriguing. I think this is going to be a very intriguing affair because, as you said, these two ex-teammates, they've won together. They know how each other play. That was on the co-op stage, though, in 3 versus 3. We now get a glimpse of them in their individual 1 versus 1 sport. Do you think there's an element of do you stick, do you twist here for both of these players? If it's on Uzmakabil's side, maybe you're thinking, okay, well, I've won 3 world titles doing this. You've got to beat me here, Kilzu.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's you know, you have a player who has literally won everything there is to win, and you have Kilzu, who is on almost the come up, as it were, who's, you know, as I've mentioned before, this long line of brilliant French e-footballers that seem to just come out of everywhere, and Kilzu is one of those players. Obviously, of course, on the Monaco side, we've got Nexa as well, another French player coming through the ranks. So it's for me, if it were me and I was Kilzu, you know, you respect but you don't fear. You've got to go and try and put a marker down here, because if you can, you know, potentially take a point or even all 3 from Uzmakabil, it sends a bit of a shockwave throughout the tournament then, and it puts a little bit of doubt maybe in the minds of the Monaco players.
Well, let's talk a little bit then about Kilzu representing Celtic in their first game here in the first match on the first match day of the eFootball Championship Pro 2022. We have to understand, of course, that Kilzu came through the ranks a couple of years ago through co-op play. This is our first real chance to look at him in 1 versus 1, Wes. Are you expecting the world right now from Kilzu, or is this almost a bit of a free hit for Celtic, knowing that you have heavy hitters in the back?
Well, I'm excited to see what we see from Kilzu. We saw how potent he was in that Monaco side. We saw how, you know, clinically was in front of goal. We'll see if it can translate into this Celtic side.
All right, then. Kickoff has happened. We have our first match of the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 officially underway. It is Monaco versus Celtic in our first game of the group stages. Uzmakabil for AS Monaco has been representing them for some time now against ex-teammate Kilzu, and it is the latter with the first opportunity and the first goal of the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 goes to the unlikely lad of Kilzu, Golden Boot winner last year, opening goal scorer this year.
And we talked about how clinical he is in front of goal. He only needs the sniff of a half chance, and it was Maeda who was following him from that Nubel save. You'll see here as well, Celtic got waves of players going forward. There's about 5 men in the box, and it falls kindly to Maeda, who sticks it into the back of the net. Celtic 1-0 up, and, you know, Kilzu come flying out the traps as we expected.
Well, you say we expected. I'm not sure I expected that, Wes. I have absolutely no idea what to expect from Kilzu. As I said, 1 versus 1 is not something we've seen much out of this young man, but we have to remember Golden Boot winner last year has opened the scoring. 3-time world champion, though, trying to come straight back. And the immediate reply, we are all even now. 2 goals within the first, 7 minutes in game. And it is Monaco 1, Celtic 1.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit of a mind reader here. Usman's thinking, how dare you score past me that early? I'm going to go straight back down the other end. And it was neat little passes that were here. It's that one off of from Boudou, and it's that little slip there. You can see that the defender just gets dragged out of position. Boudou's there to receive it, pops it into the back of the net, and we're back to level pegging.
Well, if you were wondering what to expect from this season, well, look no further than these two, setting the stage for the rest of the competition. Honours even, one apiece now. There's the confirmation. The opening goal scorer kills you. But it is Uzmakabil who has scored the latest goal to make it 1 goal apiece. Now, we may well see a settle in play as these two players just try and find their feet now in the opening stages of this first half. Oh, well, Kilzu has won the ball high up the pitch here. May spring an opportunity for an attack, but well defended by the 3-time world champion. Of course, a whole new side of the psychology comes into play here. I'll come back to my point as it looks like Kilzu here is trying to open the scoring for his second time. And Celtic, they're in the lead once more. Kilzu scores again. Celtic score again. Celtic 2, Monaco 1. 3 goals in the first half, Wes.
Yeah, you can see it settled down for all of about 5 in-game minutes, it felt. And then there's this neat little pullback here. Defender steps over the ball, goes through the legs. And then you can almost say, and look there, that the goalkeeper's vision is shielded by that shot that went in. You know, the controlled shot, as we know, very, very handy to have in eFootball. And he's executed perfectly by Kilzu. You can see the almost disgust on the face of Uzma. He's not happy with that. And you would expect a big reaction again from the former 3-time world champion.
You saw the intent there straight from the kickoff. Three players running forward for Uzmakabil, but credit to Kilzu. So many question marks coming into this game. Could you handle the 3-time world champion? Well, a cross comes in, but he's handled the situation so far. Second goal now for the young Frenchman against his former club. And he's on the attack here once more. Almost 25 minutes gone. Good build-up play, but cleared well by Uzmakabil.
Yeah, you can just see, I mean, if we talk about body language, you can see that Kilzu trying to remain relaxed. For those 2 goals that have gone in, large outtakes of breath, just trying to calm himself down. Uzmakabil, as you can see in the left-hand corner of your screen, laser-like focus on that screen at the moment, and will be wanting to try and just pick his way through here. But it's a rearguard action from Celtic, but they lose the ball again.
Yeah, it's high up the pitch here as well. Boadu almost making them pay for the mistake, and an attempted break here from Kilzu once more. Celtic are looking really strong here. Of course, they went out, got the players they wanted to, that they felt they needed to mount a real force in this competition. Boadu in here for AS Monaco. But they went out, they got Kilzu, they got Lotfi from Monaco. Proven players in this competition before. And it's the youngest of the 2 who has started this game off incredibly well for Celtic. A risk that's certainly paid off so far, Wes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, if you would say to Kilzu at this time that he'd be 2-1 up against Uzmakabil, I think he would have happily snapped your hand off for it. And you can see that the Celtic side really working hard in the defensive phase. It's going to be about whether they've got enough energy to ward this off for 90 minutes.
Ben Yedder playing it inside, attempted double touch, not quite the move required to unlock the door. for AS Monaco. And now Kills You looking long on this near side. Does have 3 players to aim for here. Kills You goes to the first. But unfortunately can't get past the defence. It seems to have steadied up in terms of the back line for both of these teams so far. Just a few minutes to go in game until half time. And Uzmakabil would absolutely love to get another goal back. But the goalkeeper comes and makes it his.
Yeah, you can see every time that this Monaco side are coming forward, you know, it's Celtic's defence that are warding them off and away, and it's these types of pressure situations that Uzmakabil will be very used to, but he's just got to make sure that he can just get himself through to half-time as he does there now.
Well. What a shock we find ourselves at half-time. Kills You from Celtic 2. Uzmakabil for AS Monaco 1. I was going to ask what the game plan is here for Kills You, but he's going across goal here straight away in the second half. You can hear the disappointment from Uzmakabil, but Celtic, they are jubilant. They score their 3rd in the opening game of the group stages. And Kills You, he's 3-1 up.
Yeah, it's his 3rd individual goal scorer as well. Kyogo tucking it in off of a cutback, and it was very easy for him to get through that defensive line from even almost from the kickoff. It was so Uzmakabil again will be disappointed with that, but if you're a Celtic fan and you're Kills You, you're absolutely rocking at this stage.
Uzmakabil has been here before. No doubt has had to bounce back from adversity in the past. That's a lovely piece of skill there exhibited by Kills You of Celtic, and he looks an absolute force in this first game. Looking long for Boadu, maybe a bit more of a hit and hope type of opportunity there for Uzmakabil, but so far defensively been very impressed from what we've seen from the boys in green.
He's just trying to take the sting out of the game before deciding whether he wants to go on another attack or whether he just wants to play keep ball here. I mean, it'd be very early to start your gamesmanship and time wasting, but I mean, if it gets you the 3 points in the end, is it really going to matter to anybody? Ball retention, though, is very good from Kills You.
Very good indeed. Approaching the hour mark here in game, and Kills You, well, he shows no signs of slowing down. At what point do you think about changes here if you're Uzmakabil? You've barely had a sniff of the ball here in this second half. And Kills You looks, despite being 3-1 up, the more likely next goal scorer.
Yeah, I think if you want to keep the, your kind of positive momentum with you, Kills You, you're probably going to want to keep scoring goals. But as you can see, it's just overrun, and you can hear the groan from Uzmakabil, just not quite getting it there for Boadu. And, if you are Uzmakabil, now is probably your time. It's normally this kind of almost, I would say it's almost like a magic period anywhere between 60 and 70 minutes. If you bring substitutes on in the right places, you can certainly do some damage. You can see that Kills You also looking to bring on substitutes there. I think it's Hatate who's coming off, and James Forrest coming on. So a bit more pace on that left-hand side, the right-hand side for Kills You. But you can see that Uzmakabil is looking to just try and just keep his head. When he keeps his head, he normally plays very good eFootball. So you can see there Andrei Golovin coming onto the field as well.
I don't think many, when this fixture was announced, anticipated Uzmakabil to find himself 3-1 down. It's just over, well, just under now, 25 in-game minutes to play. He's got to find a way to get a goal back. Kills You looking very comfortable. There was Forrest, who was, as you said, Wes, brought on by Kills You to try and inject a bit more pace in that potential counter-attack. Nice turn from Ismail, shielding the ball and winning himself a free kick here as well. Is this the time that we need to see Ismail score a goal to make this comeback a reality?
I think as time ticks down, these opportunities will get less and less, so it's going to make them count.
It looked like something straight around there. Only amounts to a throw-in, though. Here is Ben Yedder. Oh, that's a great reverse pass. Golovin's found his way through to goal as well. Tries to cross it in, but can't quite get past the first man. And it's certainly starting to come back to his Ismail now. Here is Golovin. And is that a free kick? I think the referee tried to see an advantage, but this is going to be a very enticing opportunity for the three-time world champion. And you have to wonder, will this be a defining moment
Substitution in progress
for AS Monaco? Will he go for goal? He does. Goes goalkeeper side, perhaps tries to catch Kilsue off guard, but Kilsue has handled this with incredible maturity so far. Corner to come. Into the final 15 now. That's a long ball into the box, and anywhere will do now for Kilsue.
I think Kilsue will be quite a home with this type of attack, though. You know, Celtic's backline very tall in defending. So again, if they can just keep heading balls away, I don't think Kilsue will mind at the end of it.
Well, we mentioned anywhere will do. The clock is certainly a factor now. Approaching the final 10 in-game minutes. And that's a lovely ball through into the box, and Ismail denied once again by the Celtic goalkeeper, and you can see in his face cam that he maybe believes this might not be his day today.
Yeah, it's a great ball in from the left-hand side, and it's Joe Hart with the smart save. Again, hasn't had a lot to do outside of picking the ball out of his net the once, but certainly forced a save there for him.
Third corner now. Oh, well, that's a wonderful delivery. Evaded absolutely everyone apart from the Monaco man at the back post. Kilsue disappointed. But is that just a lifeline now for the AS Monaco squad? You've got just over 10 in-game minutes left, Wes, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, you saw him lining that up. He had about 3 or 4 attempts at that driven corner. And normally you would see a player go to, try and block that at the delivery. However, Kilsue didn't employ that tactic, and as such, it gave us about 3 or 4 goes at it before it finally found the back of the net.
So, I mentioned before, we haven't seen too much from Kilsue in 1 versus 1. How is your game management against a 3-time world champion? Here's Golovin. Tackled well and decisively by Kilsue. But he just cannot seem to keep the ball at this moment in time. Wins it back, though, and now is the time you need to kill some serious clock for the boys in green. You can see how high the press is here for Monaco. Early pressure, and, well, has he won the ball back? The answer to that is a resounding yes. Now, what can you do with it? Ismail, not quite the pass he was looking for. We're about to approach stoppage time. 3 in-game minutes for Kilsue to hold on, and, well, that is a mistake and a gift to Ismail.
Is he going to block the corner? That's the question here, and he hasn't employed someone to block it.
The last goal came from a corner. Ismail trying to make it happen again. Even the goalkeeper getting involved. And, oh, that's a Well, what's the referee giving here? I think it's the goalie that's been fouled, so it's Maccabeal getting away with one there, I think. And we'll have one last throw at the dice with less than 1 in-game minute left.
You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, throwing bodies forward at will here. And as you can see on the opposite side of the screen, Kilzu trying to tuck players in and make sure they stay back here. But you would imagine this is probably going to be the last chance, if maybe even that. I'm not too sure. I think it's 3 minutes added on. I think we're about 2 minutes into it. So once this ball's in the air, I think it's now going to be a case of, where's the ball drop? Who does it fall to? Can they clear it or can they score? It's going to be massive here.
Can Monaco rescue a point from an unlikely circumstance? The ball across the face. And it's in back again for Monaco. Third shot. No, it just won't find the back of the net. And Celtic hold on.
Okay, guys, remember to stay in the...
3 goals to 2. Kilzu wins the first game of the first match of the group stages for Celtic FC. Wes, what a game we had there. We can see the statistics. 7 shots for Monaco, but only 2 finding the back of the net.
Yeah, and that's all it needed. That is all it needed. I think looking at Kilzu at the moment, he's looking shook by the fact of how that game finished. Does Maccabeal, you saw throw the controller down in anger and disgust, and again, if you came that close, it was a post hit, that was the difference there. But massive 3 points for Celtic in the early go. You see Mieda, goes flying into it, gets to the back post off of a rebound and tucks it away for 1-0, and Celtic were off to the races.
Well, we said it would be energy, fireworks, excitement. It could not have been set up more perfectly, especially if you're a Celtic fan at the end of game 1. As we look through the highlights, it finishes Celtic with all of the points from our first game. Celtic 3, Monaco 2. So then, Wes, as we again look over some of the reactions from his Maccabeal, it's got to be said, there were a lot of questions asked of Celtic, and they're putting Kilzu out first. Let's put it that way. I mean, an unproven talent in 1 versus 1. He's proven it time and time again in co-op, but he definitely weathered the storm, didn't he?
Yeah, and that was it. It was once those goals were scored, it was then rearguard. It was just, if the ball comes floating over the top, there's Julian, there's Bitten, there's people to go ahead and clear it. You can see after that third goal goes, and you can see there just how much it meant to Kilzu to get that third goal. I think even he knew how important it was to get at least a 2-goal advantage. If you concede one, as we saw here from the corner, or as we were about to see, but I think we're going back to Semra in the studio.
We are indeed, guys. What a game to get us going. We've already been dealt our first surprise, and Celtic, as they proved to us there, you give them a bit of time on the ball, a bit of momentum, well, he'll kill you with it, right? Okay, well, let's see then what we have in store for game 2. It's certainly going to be a mouth-watering one, this one between Celtic and Monaco once again. Let's go ahead and have a look at who are going to be featuring in this one for game 2. I can tell you it's going to be an exciting one. We'll see in one moment who is going to be featuring in this 1v1 clash. And as I say, it is a tasty one. It's going to be Asba Bisk, a very experienced player who was away last season, but he comes back to the tournament. He makes his debut with Celtic, and he'll be going up against the best, arguably the best, at the very least, South American player, and certainly one of the most decorated in eFootball history, Guifera. Guys, this one is another spectacular setup for us, but maybe another surprise in the cards, perhaps?
Potentially. I mean, these two have definitely featured in the league previous, perhaps have not achieved the results they would have wanted, but from my memory of Guifera, a really fiery attacker, of course, a former world champion, if I'm not mistaken in saying, and Asba Bisk on the other side, a very, very strong defender. I remember him in seasons past, was a difficult player to beat. So I wonder if that's going to be the tail of the tape here, Wes.
Well, that's the thing. We spoke about Celtic's rearguard action with Kilsey, and we wouldn't necessarily associate Kilsey as a defensive player. You put a defensive side in the hands of somebody like AS Babisk, who is I would say primarily known for his defensive work, then this will be a very tough nut to crack. But again, you look on the other side, you talk about fire, you talk about competitive natures, you talk about skills. Guifera is, as Sarah pointed out, one of the very best. And we talked about the recruitment that Celtic have done. Monaco have recruited in kind as well. So, bringing Guifera into the fold, especially in a 1v1 competition, that's a very, very big statement from them.
A big statement indeed. As you say, you lose 2 players in Lotfi and Kilsey. You've got to replace them with some talented players. One of them is up now. Guifera taking on AS Babisk. It's going to be so good to see what these 2 returning players to the league can field here on the virtual pitch, because you have to feel like if you're both of these players, maybe you left something on the table a couple of seasons ago. Maybe you felt like there's some unfinished business here. Celtic looking more comfortable coming into this one with 3 points already in the bag from game 1, Wes. But, as I said before, Guifera, former world champion, is certainly one to look out for.
Yeah, you can see that Celtic on the attack already. Oh, it just goes wide from Maeda. I mean, we're talking about quick starts. Celtic very much on the front foot, which is what we, well, at least is what we thought they should be doing. You have to get on the front foot against Monaco, regardless of what iteration of Monaco it is. You have to get on the front foot. Sure, you'll respect the likes of Uzmakabil and Guifera and Nexa, but at the same time, you've got to make sure you play your own game. You can only play as good as you can do.
This is so true. And of course, those watching at home can participate in the victory giveaway campaign. Celtic fans will be very happy about that game 1 score you can see at the top of your screens, because that will mean their social media accounts will be giving away some goodies, as will all of the eFootball Championship Pro clubs be doing. But I'll come back to that as Maeda will open the scoring.
It's disturbed Asdin. A background sound from
AS Babisk, returning to the league, has scored the opening goal in game 2 of match 1 for his new club. Celtic 1, Monaco 0. What a start for the boys in green.
It's not a bad way to introduce yourself, is it? Or in AS Babisk's case, it's not a bad way to reintroduce yourself. Brilliant through ball. You can see the runner from Maeda, who just peels off here. It's a lovely little slid rule pass from Kyogo. Maeda tucks it in. Nubel, you can see Guifera going for the manual goalkeeper. He didn't quite pull it off in the way that he wanted to. And you can see that that dynamic duo of Celtic is very much paying dividends for them today.
You're absolutely right. I think Maeda is going to be one that other clubs in this group, such as Bayern and United, will have to keep tabs on when you go up against this fiery Celtic team. There's confirmation. AS Babisk scoring the latest goal of this tie. There were a lot of question marks about AS Monaco and how they would replace Kilsey and Lotfi, and maybe the pressure is going to be on Guifera and Nexa to fill those huge shoes that those 2 players left. But for AS Babisk, it's very much a case of, hey, I've got unfinished business here. And in the opening 10 minutes of the game, he's back on the score sheet once more, and he's won the back here as well with Turnbull. And there is that man again, Maeda. He's through 1-on-1. What can the goalkeeper do here? The defence is catching up, and it's over. So close to a second goal. The defence carved open, Wes, but there is no pay dirt at the end of it.
It's very much a game of chicken there. Who was blinking first? Was it Nubel or was it Maeda? Again, a lovely through ball from the right-hand side from Celtic, and you see that Maeda is making those runs. If you are watching at home and you're wondering what these players are looking for, you're looking for the players to have their hands out in front of them to let you know that that's where they want the ball. And Maeda is doing that every single Celtic attack. And Guifera is very much struggling to keep up with him at the moment.
Well, he's won the ball back now. But that is an unforced error from Guifera. Very much out of the ordinary for the South American representative. Monaco have really struggled to hit the ground running so far. The same cannot be said for Celtic. They have looked so strong here early on. Now it's time to see how Guifera can attack. Here is Diop for Guifera. But again, the back line from the Glasgow club has been so solid.
Yeah, it's playing to your team's strengths as well. Like, this is no discredit to Celtic's forward line, but if you have a forward line that is quick, you're going to want to try and play deep and just try and play some counter-attacking football and try and soak up some pressure here. You can see ball's just filtered it out to back to Monaco here. You can see that Volland's got free on the right. It's got to move a little bit quicker for Monaco in midfield, because at the moment the Celtic side are eating it back up.
They are indeed, and this is going to be a tough nut to crack for Guifera. We mentioned before Ayaz Babisk, a couple of seasons out of the league, is returning now. Was always in and around the top defensive points ratings in seasons past, so going to be a difficult defender to deal with. And as I say that, he's won the ball back here as well to potentially spring another attack. What can he find here? Now it's time for Guifera to come the other way. Here on this near side. Referee happy to let them tussle. And Celtic once again winning the ball back. 10 minutes till half time. Holland now. Just can't quite find the pass, but Diop has capitalised on the mistake. But is that his own man there, Guifera? Getting in the way. Maeda threatening to get in behind, but as half-time approaches, it's been pretty steady at the back for Celtic. Not really too many chances to write home about for Monaco. Could that change here, though? Wadu has a chance, but Joe Hart's quick off his line. And 5 minutes to go until the halfways. It's looking very comfortable defensively for Ayaz Babisk. No unforced errors.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you talk about, there's not been a lot of chances, but in this type of game, you don't need a lot of chances, especially if you're only focusing on the game that's in front of you. You know, it's not like it's a series of games, at least not until we potentially get to the knockout stage where it's a series of games. But here it's all for points. So realistically, you should feel a little bit more kind of open. But I think at the moment, I think Celtic seem to appear to be in great control here.
Last chance of the half then. You can see, well, you can see at the top of the screen, just the 1 minute added on here in the first half. Is there drama here? Lovely turn from Ben Yedder. Can he perhaps get a shot away? He can. Blocked though. Second chance, and well, once again, the hero of the tie so far has been Joe Hart in goal for Celtic. The referee will blow his whistle. And the first half of game 2 will end Celtic 1, Monaco 0. What needs to change here, Wes, for AS Monaco? Because so far it just doesn't seem to be working out for Guifera.
I think it's the tempo in midfield. You know, the ball goes into the likes of, you know, Tukumeni and to kind of Aguilar, who's on the right-hand side, released at right back. You can see the ball goes into Tukumeni, and then it's taking a while to get through the phases. It needs to move quicker. You know, when it goes into Marcelan, when it comes out to Baudou, it needs to move quicker than what it is at the moment, because it just allows Celtic to kind of sink into shape, and it's allowing, as we can see there, but, you know, Bitten just able to take hold of the ball, and it just, you know, if you don't have the ball, you can't do damage. So you've got to be taking a little bit more care with the ball.
Flag up for offside. I must say, Ayaz Babisk has looked very comfortable so far. I think the worrying thing for Celtic fans, and no doubt his teammates as well, is the fact that it is only 1-0. Anything can change in eFootball. You have to say he's likely going to try and get that 2-goal cushion. The intention definitely is trying to get Maeda in behind. But Guifera, though, winning the ball back, and maybe launch an attack of his own, but bitten in quickly. It's gone a little scrappy here to start the second half of game 2. Which one of these players would you say that suits here, Wes? As maybe I'll come to you in a second. Is Tukameni and try and turn on the ball, tries to shield it, but nope, the referee won't be having any of that. It will be a free kick to Monaco.
I think it suits Celtic a little bit here, because if you're trying to chase a lead, you're more frenetic, you're more out of your comfort zone, you're trying to do things you're not used to, and as a result, you could force even more errors and concede more goals. I think it allows Asperbis to go, okay, well, I can still keep my shell here and still kind of deliver what we need to do here. I mean, he's still got the lead here.
How quickly it can change, though, especially in 1 versus 1. We speak constantly about the psychology of this league. Back when it was 3 versus 3, you're having a bad game, maybe your teammates can pick up some of that slack, but it's not the case this season. It's 3 individual 1 versus 1s. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and nothing for a loss. So far, Monaco, after losing game 1, staring down the barrel of 0 points from 2 games, Wes, and I have no doubt maybe this change is cued by Guifera to try and change that. He would love to at least get some points on the board here for Monaco.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, if you lose the first game, you can pick up, potentially still 6 points out of 9. And this game is not beyond the realms of somebody of Guifera's talents either. Let's call it where we can see it. He's still an incredibly good player. He just needs to get the ball moving, and he just needs to be, on point with his passing. Because at the moment, Asperbis seems to be the player in more control, seems to be finding his passes, knows a little bit more about his team, realistically, looking at the way that he's performing.
Well, look at this. McGregor can maybe play it across the face of goal. And the longer this clock ticks down, the more and more Guifera is going to come out of his shell a bit more in search of that equaliser. Now, Asperbis maybe knows this, and maybe he's just waiting for that mistake. Here is Turnbull. Good tackle, though, it has to be said, by Guifera, and he beats his second man as well. Now, what a turn of pace it is from Boadu. Fofana. Starting to ramp up now here for Guifera. And as I say that, there's unforced errors on both sides. Could we see this potentially get more scrappy as we enter the final 20 in-game minutes? Potentially a shot for Monaco prevented by the Celtic defence here. Still in the final third, though. Monaco chasing the equaliser. Guifera playing it in, has a really good chance here. They're standing up at the back post. Will there be a second opportunity? Carter Vickers says no. Asperbis says no, but once again, the ball will come the other way. Long ball. Looking for Boadu, but defended well once more by Asperbis.
Julian's been a rock-solid defender over the course of these 2 games. Very much, I would say, he's Celtic's informal MVP so far. Has been an absolute rock and has dealt with a lot of pressure back there. But you can see there the almost defensive brick wall that Asperbis is building here now. You can see that he's making it even harder for Guifera to get in behind and cause damage. You can see how tightly packed that front 3 is. And we talk about the counter-attacking nature of it. He's now brought on Jota, who again has got ounces and bags of pace. So it's only going to take one tired misstep from a Monaco defender, and Asperbis could be in for 2-0. But the same could be said for Monaco. If they make changes at the right time here, Guifera could very much find himself getting a point, if not all 3.
Well, 15 in-game minutes stand between Celtic and Another 3 points here in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 group stages. Bafana plays a nice through ball, but not to an onside teammate. And Celtic, I mean, potentially the surprise of the competition so far. Obviously, we've only played 2 games, but I don't think a lot of players coming into this and a lot of viewers at home would have been expecting this type of result based on Monaco's eFootball pedigree. But as we approach the final 10 in-game minutes as well, the first 2 games have showcased the different types of matches we'll get here in this competition. The first, very free-scoring, free-flowing. The second here, very much a closer affair.
Yeah, you can see time just ticking away here. And again, that will be almost music to his ears in terms of, 10 minutes left here. Hasn't got a lot left to do. At the very worst, he could draw this. I mean, it could, it depends on how this next passage of play goes here.
Just as it was for Kilzu in the previous game, anywhere will do at this point. For Ayaz Babisk. Monaco, 5 in-game minutes plus stoppages to chase that equaliser. Once more, defended well by Celtic. Here's Turnbull on that far side. The destination, no doubt, will be to the corner flag to try and get rid of some of this time off the clock. Well, he's beating his man on that far side here as well. Will he go for 2, I wonder? Sensible game management here by Turnbull on that far side, but he's given the ball straight away. And the assistant says 2 minutes to be added on. Monaco win the ball back, but once more, the defensive work from Ayaz Babisk comes up trumps, and it is a second win for Celtic in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 group stages. 6 points out of a possible 6 so far. And you can see what it means for the man returning to the league. Look at the stats, whereas it was KG, not many shots, but the stat line that it impresses and certainly means the most is the one at the top, 1-0.
Yeah, it does. It just shows, again, 3 shots, 1 on target. You only need 1 shot, and then you just need to manage the game. You can see how much it means to him. Very much excited and happy to have taken that result. He's now got 6 points for Celtic out of 2 games. And again, I think even the most studious among us would not have picked that going into the game. But again, it's Maeda, it's Kyogo, it's Julian, it's Bitten, it's all of these players that are almost performing better than the sum of their parts. They're playing really, really good eFootball, and they may even take this on and win the 3rd game. I mean, that could be disastrous for Monaco.
Disastrous for Monaco indeed. We'll take a look again over some of the action from that cagey game too. There were opportunities here and there in the first half, but well, you can see what it means for Ayaz Babisk, and to make it official, game 2 ends Monaco 0, Celtic FC 1. Semra, what a cagey affair that was.
It certainly was, but I tell you what, Celtic are certainly making a name for themselves, putting in some real statement performances thus far. 4-2 on aggregate. It's looking really good for them. 6 points out of 6, as we just heard there from both of you. Really is exciting times for Celtic at this point in time. But let's go ahead and take a look then at who's going to feature for the 3rd and final game of this opening match between these two sides. And I tell you what, this one is also looking to be rather intriguing as well. So we'll see here in just a moment who it's going to be, though you can probably have figured it out by now through process of elimination, with the other 2 players still left to go to feature for this one. And there you go. On the left-hand side, you have Lotfi. I'm sure you remember him well, considering that he was the top assist provider last season in this tournament. He also spent 3 seasons with AS Monaco, so it'll be the first time that he comes up against his former club. But he's up against an up-and-coming talent, the second youngest player at this competition, who will also be making his debut in eFootball Championship Pro. So certainly looking to make a name for himself as well, but all sorts of extra spice added to this one.
Oh, yeah, there are storylines all over the pitch, Wes. It has to be said. At this point, you're sending in Lotfi, the veteran. The two players previous, Kilzu and Ayaz Babisk, have done their job. 6 points out of a possible 6. Lotfi now steps in the proverbial boots of the Celtic players on the pitch. And I don't think he'll have a lot of pressure on his shoulders at this point.
No, I think he'd be quite relaxed. I mean, Lotfi, as a player, we've seen little to no emotion out of throughout the entirety of his eFootball career. He's very kind of stoic and will just keep his emotions in check. But certainly will come with all of that experience. Was a very well-regarded 1v1 player before joining AS Monaco and obviously latterly in Celtic. Nexa, of course, though, does come from, as I keep mentioning, this French pedigree. You know, of the 6 players that we've seen so far already, 5 of which are from France. There's a wealth of talent there, and Nexa is kind of the next in line of that. And, you know, who knows, it may be up to the youngster to just maybe lead the way here a bit and go, come on, we need to get ourselves on the board here. But you're going up against one of the most experienced players in eFootball in Lotfi. So, you know, again, as tasks come, this will be almost a baptism of fire.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, because it's our first real look, as you said, at Nexa, who, as Maccabeel in the draw show last week said, he's next up. He's the next future talent of the eFootball universe. And if AS Monaco want to salvage anything from this first match day, because don't forget, this is their only game today, their only match today, Nexa is going to have to step up in a big way. Game 3 is underway. You have Celtic, controlled by Lotfi, attacking from left to right. And Nexa, the new man, has some defending to do here early. As that man again, Maeda, potentially causing trouble. Expect to see that all game long. But Nexa is attacking from right to left. Some good early tackles here by Nexa, it has to be said. That's going to be important against a Lotfi who is experienced in both the 1 versus 1 and the co-op disciplines of the game. Here is one of the key weapons. It's Maeda on this near side. Gets past his man here as well. Tries to find, I think that was McGregor waiting just past the penalty spot. Lotfi, of course, in seasons past in this competition, famous for his assists, was the assist leader from last year's competition. He sees passes like no one else, so Nexa's going to have to keep his head on a swivel here. But here comes the attack from Monaco. Defended well, though, by Celtic and Lotfi.
Yeah, it's much more of the same from Celtic. It's that rear guard that's holding up here, but a lot more pressure on it from Nexa's gameplay than we've seen so far today. Whether that pressure will tell in the latter stages remains to be seen, but Hatate getting very, very good room on that left-hand side.
Okay, McGregor can't quite control the ball inside of the box, but the ball will change possessions a couple of times. And now there's green grass ahead of Nexa here on that far side. There's a couple of players still to beat. McGregor can't quite get anything on the ball, but Joe Hart, not for the first time in this match, claims the cross, and it will be Celtic to come forward once more.
You can see that they just seem to be soaking up that pressure. But Nexa's, testing the defences, trying to find different routes in. As you can see, knocked down to Diatta.
Diatta on that far side is shepherded away by Carter Vickers, and with 25 minutes gone, still 0-0. These two seem incredibly evenly matched. I would even tip the territory and possession in the favour of Monaco so far. But Lotfi now, this is the type of area he wants his attackers to run into. But our opening half hour of seeing Nexa play has been fairly impressive, quite mature as well, as he deals with yet another Lotfi attack, and that is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, in terms of, you know, drills and playing against one another, you would imagine that Lotfi and Nexa would have had a lot of games against one another and will, again, know each other's game plans. It's just going to be a case of who can maybe pull off the unexpected part of a game and change it. And I think, you know, looking at it, it's going to be the odd turn here or there. If they don't read it properly, that's going to present the opportunity. It's whether they're going to be clinical enough to take it.
Could be a game of mistakes then, as well. Ben Yedder will pounce here. Can anything come from it? And Nexa! What a way to introduce yourself into the league. Brilliant bit of skill. And against Lotfi, the veteran of the league, Nexa's opened the scoring. It's 1-0 Monaco.
Yeah, you can see the ball kept in quite fortuitously there for Monaco, as we'll see in the replay here. You can see the dummies and the ricochet, and it just is kept alive long enough. The dummy takes it away, and I think that is who is that that's popped that in? But it's a forward runner. I think it was Baudo. I think the number 9 just snuck in there. It's gone through the legs of Joe Hart. Not a lot Lotfi could have done about that, but Monaco won't care, and neither will Nexa. He's got a 1-goal lead here, which I think in my memory is being served. It's the first time Monaco have taken the lead today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As you can see, not only on the left-hand side of your screen, confirmation Nexa, the goal scorer in Game 3, but also the previous games have all gone Celtic's way. So that is a huge boost to the Monegasque club. And I tell you what, Nexa's not done just yet. Lovely double touch there as Carter Vickers is called into action for Lotfi. Under 10 in-game minutes, plus stoppages, of course, until half-time. Lotfi seeing something he's not quite a fan of so far from his team.
Yeah, you can see he's just kind of made that midfield a little bit more advanced there. You see, I think it's Turnbull and McGregor both looking to push forward a little bit more there, just to maybe set the issues and traps for Monaco to deal with. And you can see he's pushing his strikers further out wide, indicating he wants a little bit more width from his team. But whether Monaco can react to that, especially with it being a corner.
Something we haven't seen too much from our first 2 games with this match is the tactical tweaks, especially early on. And as we said, Lotfi, a wealth of experience in this competition. Monegasque corner comes in and is cleared away at the near post. Nexa still in possession of the ball here, and well, he's found Tukameni as well. The shot gets away, but nothing that will trouble Joe Hart. But Lotfi, uncharacteristically, has given the ball away once more. We said maybe the pressure is off Lotfi in this game, but certainly Nexa keeping that pressure well and truly on. The experienced man on the other side of the pitch. It's a free kick now to Nexa, who is obviously in search of the goal that would double his lead. Ben Yedder standing over it, goes over the wall. Lotfi moves his goalkeeper across, and time is ticking now down to half-time.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, we see it a lot from debutants within these types of competitions, that, you know, they won't play by that same fear factor as you'll probably see from some of the more experienced players. And Nexa, you know, very, very well done to him so far in this game. Seems to be pushing the issue and seems to be getting a little bit more of a positive outcome for it.
Well, there was a potential there for a last attack of the half for Nexa. I think the fans in the stadium wanted perhaps a penalty, but the referee had a good view of it. And, well, we enter the second half. Nexa, his first game in the competition. Leading Lotfi, the multi-year veteran. 1-0. Will it stay this way at the full-time whistle, though? That's the question on everyone's lips right now. And McGregor's got in behind. That's a lovely reverse ball. And who is this? Of course, it's Maeda. Second chance here for Celtic. There's a man still down, and Hatate with quick feet. He's trying to get around his man. Just tries to chip it to that far post. So close to an equaliser, and what a goal it would have been as well.
There, that's a huge save, and Monaco have now opened the floodgates to try and counter-attack here as he gets snuffed out by Celtic, although it's rebounded to a Monaco man.
Yeah, there's still a chance here as well for Boadu. Dummies the first, Ben Yedder dummies the first as well, and it finds its way to the back of the net. Through a forest of players. But quick feet and quick thinking as well from Nexa puts Monaco 2-0 up.
Yeah, it's a statement. It shows you just the talent that is there from Nexa. You can see what he was lining up. The first time he gets kind of snuffed out by a defender, you'll see it there. Gets snuffed out, gets another chance, and gets an open lane. You see in other sports about getting open lanes and open shots. He finds the opportunity and then finds the back of the net. And Nexa will be absolutely delighted with that. And as you can see, Lotfi, I think he's probably just asking himself, what more could I have done? I snuffed out the first opportunity. He somehow found a second.
Well, it was all looking very miserable for Monaco, wasn't it, coming into this game? Your two experienced players failing to get the job done. Up steps Nexa. The debutant has shocked the league so far. I tell you what, he's coming forward again here on that far side. And all of a sudden, it's looked like a strong turnaround now for Monaco. If they can see this result through to the end, they only played once today on this match day. This is their only match, so they still have 2 other group games to come. Plenty more opportunities to pick up points.
Yeah, I think so. I think this would be the perfect tonic if we can see it offers a victory.
Oh, great manual goalkeeping as well from Nexa to prevent that shot sneaking in. And the important thing is still time on the clock here for Lotfi.
You can see relatively the same types of changes coming on for Monaco. Golovin being used to great effect off the bench once more. I think slightly different on the Celtic side. I believe that's James McCarthy that's coming on. You've got James Forrest as well that's coming on as well. You can see them trying to change something. Celtic trying to get something going here. But Nexa with this Monaco team seems to have got the formula down to potentially take the 3 points here.
Yeah, we were just able to hear some frantic words being spoken between the two teams. Of course, the teammates cheering each other on, and well, as Lotfi chases this game, it's going to allow the likes of Ben Yedder and this man Boadu to get in behind. There's a chance potentially for a third here. Lovely piece of skill in the box! It's Nexa's third! Absolutely sublime! The new man is looking like a veteran. It's 3-0.
Can we check his match record and make sure this is his debut, right? That's unbelievable skill. Again, you can see him get the ball on that left-hand side. You can see it's Boadu who's the key man for Nexa's gameplay here. It's one dummy, it's another dummy. Again, opens up the lane, and that camera angle is absolutely perfect because you can just see that the bottom corner is absolutely open, and it's an unbelievable finish. Well,
Captain Ismail said this guy is the future. He may well be the present as well. What is that? 25 in-game minutes, a little bit less now for Lotfi to salvage anything. But the way Next has been playing, it's looking incredibly unlikely. Defensively and in attack. Has just been a sublime performance. Haven't seen a debut performance like this since I think maybe Kills joined Monaco a couple of seasons ago. And boy, did Monaco need this. You can see games 1 and 2 at the top of your screen did not go their way. And I tell you what, there could be a fourth here for Nexa as well. But for Joe Hart.
Yeah, you can see that the confidence that I think has grown for Nexa since that first goal went in. I think he probably, we were talking about pressure potentially being off of Lotfi. I think all the pressure was on Nexa going into this. Your team is staring down the barrel of potentially walking away with, at worst a point, or even 9, even walking away with no points. And he's settled in very nicely, has got his team playing the way that he wants them to be playing, and it's a fantastic bit of work from him.
Well, nothing to lose now if you're Lotfi. You've got to get 3 goals in quick succession, so expect to see a lot of attacks and no doubt a lot of professional fouls from the other side. And that's what I love about this competition, Wes. You can never, ever count out any player, especially with this new format. It's just been a joy to see Nexa really make a statement on this competition. And this championship has started off with an absolute bang. And I tell you what, we're not done yet.
Yeah, and this is it. I mean, we talk about it being kind of 1v1 games. This is the epitome of it. You have to perform on that game. It doesn't matter about what's happened in practice or what's happened in kind of scrimmages. It's what happens on the day.
Well, Forrest lines up the shot and it was travelling goalwards. Approaching the final 15. Here is Maeda, who Nexa has been able to keep incredibly quiet. Maybe Lotfi will have to convene with his teammates to see how to get the best out of him. But here comes Lotfi, and well, there's one. He pulls one back. And maybe, just maybe, Celtic and Lotfi are not done yet.
Yeah, he seemed to loosen himself up a little bit there, and as you'd said just before, they've kept Maeda very, very quiet. But again, as we said with this Celtic side, if you keep one quiet, eventually the other one will come alive. It is Kyogo. It's a great little dummy, gets it past the defender, and again, it's a sweet finish into the near post. Keeper, I think, was going for manual, so again, it's quite hard to get to those shots when they're near post. So a good finish from Lotfi. Whether he can build on this with the time ticking down, 13 in-game minutes, it's going to be a massive ask if he can get something out of this game.
It's unlikely, but I think I can speak for everyone apart from the Monaco fans that keep your eyes peeled, because this one may not be done yet. Bolland now for Monaco. You can see the gaps opening in behind, so these first balls have to be dealt with. Here is Forrest into McCarthy. Lotfi starting to build a little bit more, and all the while that timer is ticking down. Nexa gets closer and closer to his first taste of victory in this competition. Ben Yedder surely to the corner now. All won back by Celtic. Here is McCarthy. Maeda. And yep, there are those professional fouls that we expected to see. Oh, and it's red. It is red for Badiashile. At this point of the game, it shouldn't make too much of a difference here, Wes, but you don't want it to be a blemish on Nexa's record as well. That's a tackle that he had to make. Down to 10 men, but with so little time left, shouldn't be too much trouble here for him. Here's McCarthy, though, turning. Forrest as well gets his strike away, and hang on a second. A 90th minute goal will make it 3-2. Maybe, just maybe, there's still a chance here for Lotfi.
And I hate to break it to Nexa, but exactly where Forrest was exactly where Badiashile would have been had he not been sent off. So as much as we talk about it's late in the game, it will still create gaps and opportunities for Celtic. A neat little inside pass here. He realised the pass was on, got it to across. Again, it's a bit of a blocked vision for the goalkeeper. Forrest took it away for 3-2, and you would hope that Nexa is now thinking, okay, I need to get this ball and I need to snuff this game out, because being 3-0 up, you can see the almost stress on his face there, that you can't quite understand how that's happened. But you've got to now try and box this off, get yourself out of that emotional state and just focus on keeping the game all there. You can see there now he's almost plugged the hole in the wall and is now looking to play defensively.
Well, how telling could that red card be? I did think at the time, Wes, surely there's not enough time left for this to make too much of a tangible difference.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Interestingly, what Lotfi was doing there as well, there's a new part of Dream Team where you're able to see the opponent's tactics. So he was having a little sneak peek to see where Badiashile had been put on the pitch afterwards, but it may not matter a jot here as Volland looks ahead for the corner.
There's confirmation of the latest goal. He's going to need another one, Lotfi, if he's going to take anything away from this game 3. We're into the third of 3 minutes added on, and I think Nexa has done just enough, and he has. Monaco will take some points away from match day 1. But it was a scare, wasn't it? It ends Monaco 3, Celtic 2. Here's just stats, Wes. I mean, an absolutely incredible game 3 there.
Yeah, it ramped up after the 3 goals had gone in for Monaco. It just then started to ramp up. I think looking at the Celtic body language, I don't think they'll be too disheartened with it. I think they've felt 6 points out of 9 in an opening game. I think it will stand them in good stead going forward. Obviously, we'll get to have a chat with Lotfi later on, but I think looking at Monaco, I think they'll look at that as very much 3 points gained and has salvaged what would have been a very disappointing start to their eFootball Championship Pro campaign, and have now kind of salvaged it a little bit just by grabbing those 3 points in the last game.
Well, what a performance from that man right there, Nexa. It takes a lot of courage to step up when your team needs you most. And boy, did he pass the test with flying colours. 3 goals to 2, an incredible performance against a seasoned veteran on the other side of the pitch. The points will be shared in match 1 as we take a look at some more of the highlights. I mean, speak to us more, Wes, about how impressive that performance was, really, from the debutant.
It's reactionary. It's the reaction speed that he will have. It's that ability to go, okay, my intended target wasn't the one I've hit. I've been tackled, and then the maturity to put it into the back of the net. Brilliant from Nexa.
Well, that has been a fantastic way to kickstart the day, hasn't it? A remarkable match day 1. We can very quickly show you the full results from those opening 3 games. It's been very, very tight in the end, even though Celtic do have the upper hand. There you have it from game 1. It ended 3 goals to 2. Then from Monaco, still, unfortunately for them, unable to pick up points in that one. They lost 1 goal to 0, but they were able to turn things around, close as ever. The inverse scoreline from game 1, with Monaco picking up the 3 points in this one, with Neska proving too much to handle as a debutant. Very impressive stuff indeed. Harry, looking at this match overall across the board, it's been a really fascinating one with so many things that we can highlight in terms of surprise packages and really impressive performances.
so many storylines coming into this one, and when we saw actually the draw, the first game, and we knew it was going to be ex-teammates versus ex-teammates, I mean, it just could not have been set up more perfectly. You can see what it's done to the group table in Group A. A lot to take away from that. I think the surprise package is obviously Nexa from Monaco winning his first game of the entire competition, and then on the Celtic side, Killzu. He went up against a 3-time world champion, Semra, and came out on the other side of it with 3 points and completely unscathed as well. Incredible performances by those two in particular.
So Celtic with 6 points on the board, then Monaco just 3. Monaco will have to wait until next weekend to add to their tally. Celtic, of course, will be in action later on in the day. So we'll see if they continue to run away with it by the end of the afternoon then, with more points on the board. But let's cross back over to Wes, who's patiently waiting. I believe he also has a couple of interviews lined up for us from both respective clubs. Let's get the thoughts then and insights from what we just witnessed. Wes?
Yeah, thank you very much, Samara. I'm here with the winner, or should I say the winner of stuff here, Lotfi. Can you hear me?
Sound. Sont partis, c'est des ballots qui sont partis, Jota et tout. Don't have sound.
No. Lotfi, can you hear me? Maybe having some technical difficulties, maybe.
Yes.
Oh no, I think we're going to speak to Uzma first. Uzma, commiserations to you, my friend. Only picking up the 3 points in the match day. Obviously, I could sense even from your own body language you were disappointed with your performance. However, I'd maybe speak to how proud you are of your teammate Nexa in the third game, showing you a great level of maturity in the last game to pick up a vital 3 points.
It's very difficult against Celtic because since many years we train always against him. Me always against Kylian. It's my teammate last year. Lotfi too, as Babis is my friend. It's very difficult match because he know me. They know me. But it's like this. We have 3 points. It's a good performance for Nexa. But me and Gifera next week, we hope get the maximum of points to qualify.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will see an increased performance from you in the next match day. I know, obviously, from yourself and Guifera, you guys will be bitterly disappointed with that performance. You can see there just how unlucky it was. It was, the width of a post between an extra point, and unfortunately, that is sometimes the way that eFootball goes. But we will see the best of Monaco, I am sure, going forward, and we appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to our winning team, as it were. Lotfi, can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay.
Fantastic, Lotfi. Well, first of all, congratulations to Celtic. A massive 6 points. How did knowing some of your teammates, obviously with a lot of yourselves being French, having those kind of scrimmages against each other, how important was that, knowing their game plans as closely as you did, knowing former teammates as well as you did?
Well, it was very difficult games for sure. I think we're happy with the 6 points. We wanted 9 for sure, but 6 is good because on this group, for me, it's a group of the this, and 6 points in all games. I think it's a very good result. And well, for sure, it's always difficult to play against other French because we know each other much, so it's always a close games. It's difficult to make some surprise on the gameplay, but well, we try to do our best. We know that with our player, with our team, it's more difficult. Our player is too hard.
After 16 minutes is
Many things.
number 41.
But well, we try to fight our player.
Kylian, t'entends bien Kylian là? T'as rien, mec, dans le truc là.
It's great to hear from you, from Lotfi, and again, massive congratulations to you and your team. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of Mieda and Kyogo and Co that will do some more damage on future match days, but appreciate you taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you.
And then we'll be back to Semra in the studio.
Well, there really is something to be said, isn't there, for knowing each other inside and out, because you can put a stop to the strengths and you really can exploit the weaknesses. Well, I'm certainly sure that we'll be seeing something very exciting and very similar in the next set of games and the next match coming up between FC Bayern München and Manchester United. Two teams who know each other very well indeed.
Totally privileged to be back with Bayern for another season. It's a totally honor to represent that colors, and you know, it's gonna be huge to be back fighting for everything this year. We know it will be tough, but we are looking forward and we will train hard to be back there.
The goal is to be champions. The goal of the team is always the same, and that's just to win the competition, to win the tournament, and be the best. For me, 1v1 is bringing back to the pinnacle where it all started, and to see who's the best.
Well, we certainly are talking about two historical giants who will be squaring up against one another. And what makes it all the more interesting is that these are the only two clubs who have kept their squads intact in this season's tournament. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and see who's actually going to feature in Game 1 between these two heavyweights in eFootball Championship Pro. Well, there you go. It's going to be Mestra from FC Bayern München, a seasoned pro, someone who won this tournament back in 2020 with the same teammates that he has now. He also picked up the Best Goal Award back in Matchday 2 last season. He'll be certainly trying to do the same again and repeat that feat, perhaps today on Matchday 1. Whenever it comes to his counterpart in this game, Eldridge, another seasoned veteran, someone who has picked up the Dutch Championship Award 3 times and will be repping Manchester United for a 3rd consecutive season. Harry, lots of reasons to like this one, that's for sure.
Absolutely. If you've seen iterations of this competition in the past, as you said, these two squads completely unchanged. Doesn't matter if it's 3 versus 3 or if it's 1 versus 1. Both sets of players for these clubs trust each other inside and out. On the left-hand side, you have Mestre. On the right-hand side, how cool did he look, by the way, Wes, in Old Trafford? Just nonchalantly saying, yeah, we want to get to the top of this league. We want to win the whole thing. It's Eldridge O'Neill.
Yeah, he's literally made for a stage. In bygone years, I have played Eldridge O'Neill in a 1v1 competition. I tell you something right now, it's not fun, guys. I promise you now, it's not fun. And on the flip side of that, I've seen Mestre do some unbelievable things in 1v1. So this is as mouth-watering an affair as you saw in the first game of the first tie in Kills You and as Maccabee. For me, you know, we've seen emotion and we see passion from both of these guys when we've seen it, you know, in local events. So, you know, I'm hoping to see exactly that same passion even when they're in their own houses.
Absolutely. Some final tweaks for either side. You can see Mestre seeing exactly how his opponent is going to be lining up, and I have no doubt that Eldridge will be taking a moment to make sure he does the same in turn. So then, our second match of match day 1 is moments away from kickoff. Both of these clubs have seen already. Celtic and Monaco go head-to-head. They know what to expect. The pressure is off them. They know they don't have to open the show, but they certainly are responsible for filling it with entertainment, Wes, as we kick off Manchester United versus Bayern München.
Yeah, I think this is gearing up to be a little bit of a coming out party for Man United. I think at times they've almost flattered to deceive in competitions past, and I think they'll be looking, you know, to make a statement here.
Oh, well, the opening goal for Manchester United from CR7. It took just 3 minutes and 1 attack. And Eldridge opens the scoring. The Red Devils starting off so strongly.
Well, if you're looking to put, doubters away, there's one man you look to. It's your talisman. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. And again, it's that wing play that we're seeing. It cuts the ball inside. We saw it a lot in the first game. It's Pogba with the slide rule pass, goes through the legs of a midfielder, and it's just tucked away beautifully by Ronaldo. And Man United are off and running here, and this could be the kind of the lighter of the touch paper.
Well, straight away from kickoff, Lewandowski's trying to get in behind, but the goalkeeper improvises. Something tells me that might not be the last time we see that celebration this season. But what can Mestre and Bayern München give in reply? The Bavarian club attacking from right to left. Of course, we have the Mancunians from left to right. It's what we always look for, Wes. We always look for that opening goal early on, just to set the cat among the pigeons and really open up the game, knowing that, well, one set of players has to chase the game. That's always going to fill us with plenty of entertainment going forward.
Yeah, I think it really sets the tone, because you'll notice that players will kind of set into almost a bit of a rhythm now, where they'll go, okay, well we've had an early goal, and now the kind of the real story of the game begins. It's how are Bayern going to chase this, and how are Man United going to try and halt the attack and maybe try and do some damage of their own.
Oh, Sane on that far side whips it across the face. We've seen Bayern really employ similar tactics throughout the co-op campaign for a few seasons now. Lewandowski is always going to be the target man for them. But so far, opening 15. United with the early goal, and well, they look in the ascendancy here as well, with Rashford on that far side. Can't get the ball past the first man, and it comes over to Sane now. Ball won back by Mestre. Here is Goretzka, and he goes for goal from such a distance, and succeeds in finding the net. What an incredible goal from Mestre. The equaliser is found in the first half, and it's 1-1.
What a strike. I mean, we've seen dummies and controlled shots, at great length during this game, but you can see here, that left-hand side, you just keep seeing shots going in from that angle. You can see that it's something that these players are working on, but it's leaving these gaps, as you can see. When you set a runner off, it's leaving gaps. That neat little dummy using almost the body of Wan-Bissaka just to shield where that ball was going. It's a wonderful finish from Mestre.
It is a beautifully taken goal. And the immediate adjustments from Eldridge O'Neill. We heard him a little bit, clearly not happy with the way his team was controlling. You can see their confirmation. Mestre, the latest goal scorer, to make it 1 apiece. Just pulling his midfielders back a little bit deeper was Eldridge, and you can see him here now on the attack with Rashford. Cuts inside. Not once, but twice. Now Mestre will come the other way. Nope, it's actually Eldridge now, who finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he get his strike away? 2-1. It's that man again. Cristiano Ronaldo, as Manchester United reinstate their lead.
He's got a foot like a traction engine, Ronaldo has, but he gets it on that peg. and he just thunders it into the top corner. And again, you look at it and you just go, where is that goalkeeper going to go? And again, if you're at home and you're trying to think, how do I beat manual goalkeepers? Hit it as hard as you can. Hit it as hard as you can, because we're seeing here, at least if you've got Ronaldo, just hit it as hard as you can and make the keeper and make your opponent make a decision. It's a brilliant finish. Ulreich had absolutely no chance, and quite rightly, as you said, Harry, we've not seen the last of that celebration at all during this competition.
It's the talisman again. Mestre going straight from the kick-off. Lewandowski gets it under control.
Total defense. Come on, man.
And from one talisman to another, within a matter of moments, it's the equaliser. Bayern 2-2. And you can hear Eldridge again not happy with how his team is performing out there on the virtual pitch. But Mestre won't mind one single bit. Straight from the kickoff, 2-2.
Yeah, you've got to stay switched on from the kickoff. It's, you know, again, if this, you know, your defence falls asleep, you have to make sure you are in control of one of them, just to make sure that you can cover that off. But again, if it's there, it's going to be used, unfortunately. But again, Bayern Munich are not going to care. It's 2-2, and they're going to be back on level terms after Man United's very, very good start. You can see Eldridge, you know, you heard him say, I'm on total defence, there's nothing more I can do. And it's true, there is not a lot more you can do unless you grab a defender and defend it yourself.
Well, maybe that's going to be what the doctors ordered. Mestre with his second goal of the game. 4 goals in half an hour played, by the way. Maybe these two sets of players have a bit of a bet on as to who will score or capture the golden boot at the end of the season, I should say. Here's Ronaldo again. He's on a hat-trick, by the way. It will come forward once more. Cavani to Cristiano Ronaldo! And there's the hat-trick!
Come on.
It's all the threes. It's 3 in 33 minutes. It's Manchester United 3, Bayern 2.
Yeah, if you're Manchester United, you just keep smashing. That's all you do. Get it to Ronaldo. That seems to be the game plan. Arguably, it's been their way domestically. Get the ball to him and hope for something. But it's certainly working out for them well here. Brilliant little ball in from Cavani. Goalkeeper had absolutely no chance once again. And Ronaldo just doing Ronaldo things all over this competition already. We're not even into the second half of the first game, and he's already got 3.
You can hear the Bayern teammates of Mestre trying to gee him up for the rest of this game. Still so much eFootball to be played here, not only in this game, not only in this match, but also this match day. But so far, 3-2 in 33 minutes. Celtic and Monaco will be watching on and wondering how to deal with Cristiano Ronaldo, because he, not for the first time in this game, has found pockets of space that potentially other virtual players on the pitch would not regularly find. Rashford with the corner. Drilled into that far post, but dealt with at the first time of asking.
Yeah, I'm hoping this game settles down just a little bit now. Gives us half a second to get our breath. There's been so many goals in this game so far.
Bruno Fernandes has gone down looking for a free kick, but referee has waved play on, and that's going to allow Serge Gnabry to try and get on the end of that one, but it's overhit. And as you said, maybe we're hoping this game calms down to a bit more of a tactical affair. Not only for the players' sakes, but also for my vocal cords. It's a long match day. Of course, we have Group B's match day 1 tomorrow as well. Make sure you're tuning into that. Here is Sane with Lewandowski down the middle. Back to Sane, tries to play the ball across the face. Can Goretzka get there? Just 2 minutes added on at the end of this first half. Ball still in play, so it is, as you quite rightly once pointed out to me, where it's a minimum of 2 minutes. That shot creeping just past the post, and that will signal the end of that action-packed first half.
And breathe, everyone. Breathe. You're allowed to breathe as you're watching this game. It is an absolutely frenetic pace. And knowing these players in the way that we do, as the audience probably knows these players as well, these players will not want to give an inch. So the fact that one of them is losing means that the other one is going to be very annoyed. So I would imagine that going into the second half, it's going to be just as action-packed. And you'll notice there'll probably be a push from Bayern to get an equaliser. It's just a case of how well this rear guard of United can hold up against it with Maguire, Varane. Although they're physically imposing, do they have the pace to contend with Sane, Gnabry, Goretzka, Lewandowski? Do they have it in the locker to be able to contend with them?
Well, it's an interesting point you raise, Wes, as we kick off this second half of game one. These two clubs have a wealth of talent to introduce into the game. I'll come back to that as Lewandowski turns. And Henderson gets a strong hand to it. If there's a match to see the different tactical options that these eFootball Championship Pro clubs have to offer, it's going to be this one. Two massive clubs with plenty of talent, even on that subs bench. Here is Cavani into Cristiano Ronaldo, who's chasing his fourth. Wouldn't be surprised in around 10 in-game minutes time for there maybe to be some of those subs we've alluded to as Bayern try and come forward again. Gnabry on the edge, goes into the box, and well, how has that found the back of the net there? The defenders, the goalkeeper, someone has to do something there, but Bayern, the celebrations continue. A third equaliser for them to make it 3-3 between these two great historic clubs.
Yeah, I think looking at the goal, I mean, looking at it in real time, it's more another piece of almost using the players or the opponents that are in front of you almost as a shield. This is a perfect view of it. It's Harry Maguire who's looking to defend it there, Gnabry, and it gets across. It's Scott McTominay, and you can just see there, it's just blocked field of vision. You know, the ability, though, you still have to be able to execute that type of goal. And again, controlled shots are the kind of almost the curved shots that you'll see. You know, they're not the stunning shots that you'll see. It's the curved ones that will do the damage. And we're seeing that in buckets here.
Well, as you said, in real time, it definitely deceived us, but deceived the goalkeeper as well as, well, United straight from the kickoff, trying to maybe give one back to Bayern Munich. Will be the outswinger, potentially a driven cross here as well from the corner. Deflection. Back to Bruno Fernandes. Here is Paul Pogba to Cavani, turns, and Rashford is there! It's a 7-goal thriller, and we're not done yet. Manchester United score their fourth of the match to make it 4-3.
Yeah, we talked about it was more the recycle of the ball. The corner got deflected, it popped up. It got recycled back out. But again, a little bit of fortune there. There's advantage from the ref. It's a good save from Ulrich. But again, puts it straight into the path of Rashford, who you can see that just left of your screen. As soon as that shot's there, you can see he's already pointing for the pass. So he's already got that momentum to run in and take on the shot should it spill. And lo and behold, it does. Rashford makes it 4-3. Eldridge will be delighted. Mestre looking very frustrated at what's just happened. But again, it's not going to matter how these goals go into these players. It's the fact that they're hitting the back of the net.
So that will leave Mestre in search of a fourth equaliser of this game so far. And I say so far because we still have another half hour to play. Good tackle by Pogba onto Goretzka, but the deflection comes back to Bayern. Calm and collected at the back from Eldridge O'Neill. Here is Sane. A lot of room to manoeuvre here. Beats the first man. Gnabry. Couple of dummies. Well dealt with by Manchester United. And, well, there's an opportunity as well for Cristiano Ronaldo to try and get on the end of this ball. He's taking it off the defender here as well for 4! Off the post. Eldridge is as shocked as we are. How does he not tuck that one away?
I think we're all in the same body language of what we've just seen. My body language certainly mirrored that of Eldridge. How did that not go in? Again, how vital is that chance going to be in the story of the game, though? That's the key point here. Is that yes, all right, it's a vital chance, but you know, if Bayern go on to potentially take a draw or even win this, how is that really going to play into the kind of the narrative for Eldridge there? Is it going to be, you know, is it going to be elation or is it going to be, disappointment?
Well, the territory's still in the favour of Eldridge and Manchester United. Ronaldo rolls it across. But nothing doing yet. 20 in-game minutes remain. And I just have to remind everyone, this is game 1 of this 3-game match between these two clubs. Here is Edison Cavani. Some scrappy passages of play as we enter the final 15. The final furlong here. Here is Rashford. You can tell that the way that Eldridge is going forward, he definitely feels that Mestre is always a threat. So he's going to need a 2-goal cushion to see out this game comfortably as we approach the final 10.
But if you were Man United, why wouldn't you push? You know, you've been so successful getting forward. Why would you not push? But at the same time, it's going to lead to a very frantic last 10 minutes in game plus stoppage. You know, you're going to have both teams pushing, and it could be anybody's here. It really could. It's on a knife edge.
Well, the second load of tactical tweaks from both sides. Just listening in to see if there's any direction being given by either the United or the Bayern München teammates to the two men controlling the action here as we enter the final 10.
I think if I was in this scenario, I wouldn't want anybody speaking to me at this point. I would very much be like, just let me get on with it. It's the last 10. I've got an idea. Let me roll with it. Because, ultimately, as much as we said, with there being no co-op or with it being a 1v1 instead of a 3v3, the onus is still on you to perform. So, if you get a bad advice from a teammate, you'll probably point to that teammate and go, well, that was your fault, I lost that game. So for them, it's realistically taking on a bit of ownership and going, right, here's what I want to do, here's what I know I can do, and here's how we're going to play this game out. And you can see that there's subtle changes in the United setup there. And you can see a big intake of breath there from Eldridge, who's just trying to collect himself, just trying to get through this game, and then he can walk away with 3 points.
He knows this would be a massive 3 points for Manchester United to take home. For Mestre, though, it's all to do. Here's Choupo-Moting. And he's been hacked down, and the yellow will be shown to Aaron Wan-Bissaka for that one. Free kick to come. Played short then to Kingsley Coman. Lewandowski as well. Gets a strike away, and it's the equaliser for Bayern München. 82nd minute. It's been back and forth. There's been 8 goals. But for now, and I mean for now, it is 4 goals apiece.
After 82 minutes is...
Just see them working the space by Munich. You can see, you know, these players will not shoot, or at least they'll very rarely shoot from free kicks because they know that they could make a better opportunity here. You see frantically trying to get the ball away, but it didn't matter a jot. Lewandowski will do what Lewandowski does as a forward. Arguably one of the best on the planet, and is proving that here and now. 4-4 with 8 minutes or so on the clock, and here's the kind of the really interesting bit here is that if you've made all your substitutions now with the mind of, oh, okay, well, we're going to try and tuck up, or we're going to try and go to attacking, it's very hard to then come back out of that tactical narrative. So for them, or for both of these players, they've now got to make tactical tweaks with whatever players they have on the pitch. So you may end up having players playing out of position, you may have players playing in positions that are actually unnatural to them, and as a result, that can cause absolute chaos with the team. So let's just see what happens here.
We'll just take a little moment to listen, as this is a key part of the match here for both of these players. They've got their advice, they've got their instructions. And credit to Mestre, 1-0 down, gets the equaliser. 2-1 down, gets the equaliser. And so on and so forth until we approach where we are now. And there's a chance to win it here as well. A great run from deep there. But nothing doing. Manchester United survive. Approaching the 90th now. Is there one last chance for either of these two players, either of these two clubs in game one? Here is Rashford, space to turn, lovely double touch. Goalkeeper got a good sight of it, and might that just allow enough time for Bayern to come forward now? Fred steps in the way, and well, like the flip of a coin, it comes back the other way. Fred. Last chance of this game one, and it will be a free kick in a dangerous position here.
You heard Eldridge say, I've got the last one. This will be the last opportunity. It's what can he do with it? I believe it's Hannibal that's standing over the ball.
To be whipped in low, but Kimmich is there. And I think he'll boot this one. And a fair contest all round. An absolutely explosive first game of match day one for both of these two clubs. 8 goals, Wes. I mean, where do we even begin to start to dissect this? Here are the stats, and well, I mean, 8 goals. I guess we start with the psychology, I suppose, from Mestre's side.
It's an incredible piece of kind of mental toughness from Mestre to continually pick himself up off the canvas. Bearing in mind he went 1-0 down very early on in the game, but to keep bringing himself back and back and back again, it's great to see from him. But again, for me, it was all about Ronaldo. It was all about his very key hat-trick to get, you know, involved in the game, and again, Eldridge did some great work with him. And again, I think all around, I think 4-4 is a fair result. I think given the quality of eFootball that we saw on show, some wonderful pieces of skill and some great goals. I mean, we've just seen Goretzka there. That probably the pick of the bunch.
A beautiful goal from very far away, and for those of you wondering, of course, we were very excited for this game, not only because these are two huge clubs, but every time they've matched in the past, they've given us this sort of entertainment in seasons gone by. But also, Wes, they haven't changed their players this season. They've stuck with the same 3 on both sides. It's great to see that type of loyalty rewarded, and Well, what we saw in game 1, if that's anything to go by in games 2 and 3, as we see, again, these goals just tick in, it's just going to be edge of your seat entertainment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you were looking at probably at both of both the Man United lineup and the Bayern Munich lineup, you'd probably look and go, well, Mestre and O'Neill, probably the two most attacking players of their trios. I think we'll probably see a different type of game, maybe from Alex Alguacil, from Cams, from Ostribuch, from Jose. I think we'll see, whoever it is that is in game 2, we'll certainly see, I think, a very different dynamic than the one we saw here, because it was just rock and roll football from start to finish. It was just goals everywhere. It was everything as a neutral that you would have asked for.
Absolutely. There was Gnabry's goal to make it just 3-3 at this point. Cool as you like from Mestre. Fist bumps all around. There's the angle that we were questioning, why it was so easy for that ball to find the back of the net. And then at 3-3, Rashford reacts quickest to reinstate the lead for a third time to Manchester United. But then we weren't done yet, as there was still plenty of action. And you said, didn't you, Wes, at that point when Ronaldo hits it off the post, that could come back to bite Manchester United, and it did with this fourth equaliser for Bayern Munich.
Yeah, Mystic Wes strikes again. My manner of predictions, although I didn't anticipate, I thought O'Neill may have had one more chance in him, but again, great mental fortitude from Mestre there.
What a bonkers game of football that was. An absolutely brilliant blitz of eFootball. Really love to see it. Defensively, things did go by the wayside a bit there, didn't it? But whenever it comes to the attack, the weaponry, very much on point. Wes, at the beginning of the day, you said you wanted to see goals and lots of them. Well, my friend, you certainly were not disappointed in this one. An 8-goal thriller there, all ending between those two 4-4. That means, of course, a share of the spoils in game 1. But what about game 2? Will somebody be able to get their hands on those 3 vital points between Bayern Munich and Manchester United? Well, we certainly will find out now. Well, here you go. Up featuring in this next one is going to be Cams from Manchester United, heading into his 3rd season, and has the unenviable task of taking on a relative powerhouse in this game. Alex Alguacil will be heading into his 3rd season with Bayern München, and on top of that, he was part of that championship winning team back in 2020. He was also the MVP of the knockout rounds in that same campaign. Now, Harry, Wes had said he feels that the dynamics are going to be very different in this one. Do you agree? What kind of game might we expect?
Well, if game 1 is anything to go by, do not blink, because there were plenty of goals to be had, and it's an interesting dynamic we have. Of course, Cams and Alex, 2 incredibly passionate players. I mean, every player, maybe apart from Ostribuch for these 2 clubs, is filled with passion and is very extroverted. So I expect to see a lot of passion, whether it be disappointment or excitement for whichever way the game goes. I'm really looking forward to this one.
All right, well, it looks like the boys are ready to go then. So I'll hand things back over to you, Harry and Wes. Take it away. Let's see what we've got in store for game 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Semra. The spoils were shared in game 1. Enter the new challengers. On the left-hand side of your screen, you have Alex Alguacil, the Spaniard, representing Bayern München. Just taking a look at his adversaries' tactics at this moment in time. And then on the right-hand side, the Frenchman, Cams. A lot of Spaniards in the competition, Wes, but Cams from France, representing Manchester United for this one. Game 1, 8 goals. Do you expect to see just as many?
I think we're going to see a slightly more considered approach from Alex, and I think we'll probably see a slightly more considered approach from Cams as well. I think if you're, with a draw in the first game, you're very much, it's almost as you were. But I think in this type of environment, with these two players especially, you know, you look at the pedigree of Alex Alguacil, you look at the pedigree of Cams in terms of, you know, what they've achieved in the game. These two will have a very, very good knowledge of what they need to do to be successful here. And I really do have this probably down as our sleeper hit of the day. I think this one has all the right ingredients to be that chess match that I really want to see as well.
I couldn't agree more. I think this is going to be an incredibly tactical affair, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a cagey one. You have to remember, of course, Alex won the Best Goal Award last year on match day 7, and both of these players know how to score with finesse. So, we're moments away from kickoff, and you have to say the pressure at this point is probably ramping up, because you've seen Celtic and Monaco elsewhere in this group already play. I'll come back to that as Ronaldo is through, and oh, he takes far too long. The hesitation was fatal for Manchester United, who should be 1-0 up. Sane now tries to maybe make Manchester United pay. Wan-Bissaka saves the corner, but crikey, what a start to this game too.
I'm still in shock. I'm not sure how he's not scored there, Cams. And it was, again, it's more of the same. It's finding Ronaldo through the middle. It's using Cavani as a link man. And you know, Alex with his manual goalkeeping, the goalkeeper was absolutely everywhere, because I don't think he was quite sure when Cams was going to shoot. But again, he got quite lucky in the sense that there was a trained defender that sorted it out. But it's an early warning sign for Bayern Munich and for Alex.
You certainly can't afford to give away too many more of the opportunities similar to those. Cams will be hoping he does better with those types of mistakes in the past. As pressure high up the pitch, though, something for Alex to deal with. For Bayern München, attacking from right to left in this game. We said it in the first game, Wes. We'll say it in this one as well. In this type of tactical affair, there are no two better clubs in this competition for you to look to your bench to try and find some talents to get you out of a sticky situation. That's what both of these players here have the luxury of.
Yeah, most definitely. You've got tactical brains all around the place, both in Man United's ranks with Issy O'Neill, with Osterbuch. I mean, you know, the kind of almost the fourth man in the Bayern Munich ranks that we seem to, you know, casually overlook sometimes is, you know, the fact that their coach Lutti seemingly has a playbook to end all playbooks. I think for every type of scenario, he will have some type of idea of what this squad needs to do. So to have that type of kind of almost intangible weapon, I think he's probably worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely. It's been a tough game so far in the opening 15 for Alex to get anything of note in the attacking third. It's been mostly Manchester United leading the charge in that regard. Here's an opportunity to change that, though, for the Bavarians. Here is Sane. Shaw steps up nicely for Cams, and now United are in the ascendancy. Here's the look at the leading goal scorers so far today. On screen, though, Rashford is twisting and turning! And finds the back of the net! Alex and Bayern München just could not keep tabs on that man. And once more, for the fifth time in this match so far, Manchester United enter the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, and it's that controlled shot from the edge of the box. It's the dummy to open up the space. It's the dummy to open up the defensive animation. It allows that space. And Ronaldo, again, wasn't, was involved in the build. He's always been the guy, but it was Marcus Rashford. It was a wonderful strike into the corner, and Cams will be delighted with that. And full credit to United. They're finally showing a little bit of this pedigree that was spoken about so much and hasn't really delivered up until now. It's starting to kind of peak out a little bit here to say, hey, actually, guys, we are pretty good at this. We do know what we're doing, and certainly they are proving that here today.
Well, there you had it. Cams, the latest goal scorer of this competition. Speaking of, we had a quick look at the leading goal scorers so far. As you saw in game 1, 4 goals apiece from both Mestre and Eldridge O'Neill. They top the charts right now. We will have to see if any player from either their own clubs or different clubs across the next series of matches can top that. For now, though, Cams is in a quest to do just that, as you hear the frustration from the Frenchman controlling United there. Not what he wanted whatsoever.
Yeah, I think he knew what opportunity was on. Had the fake shot executed, or had the dummy executed, he would have had himself in a very, very nice position to have another real go at goal. Instead, it was kind of almost a fluff piece for the Bayern Munich goalkeeper to just kind of take it and away they go. And Alex is still yet to warm up a little bit here, but we know with Alex it can sometimes be a little bit of a slow starter, but the talent and quality is still there. So Bayern Munich fans, don't panic. You've still got a lot of time in this game.
Oh, they need to defend this though, as Edison Cavani looked like he was going to burst through the middle, but defended well. Less than 10 in-game minutes now till half-time. It's a good point you raise. Alex has always been one of those slow starters, likes to download and analyse the opposition's tactics. So expect more chances to come his way. It's been slim pickings, though, so far in game 2. Here is Sane, has Lewandowski in support, but once more, the chance goes wanting. Sane now. Here is Gnabry. Tries to turn, but Cams and Wan-Bissaka are having absolutely none of it. And there's Sane looking to do through the middle. An incredible darting run from Sane. Alex saw it all the way, and it's a great equaliser. Not for the first time in this match, by the way. From Bayern München, 1-1.
Yeah, as we said, Alex will pick his time and he'll pick his moments. It was in transition, it was picked off by Goretzka, and it was Sane's strength was able to hold off Luke Shaw. Finds the back of the net past Dean Henderson, and Alex Alguacil back in the game. Bayern Munich back in this game, and again, looking very good for it. He's a little bit against the run of play. You can see how much it means to Alex. I think I can hear that from here, and I'm in the UK. That's how loud it was. But you can certainly see what it means. You can see the disgust on Cams' face, but he's off again here.
Straight away trying to get that lead back. But half-time is approaching. That's something that these players need to keep in mind here, as the final attack of the half can often be a valuable one. Goretzka inside now to Kimmich. Sane once more trying to be that devil on that right-hand side. And well, McTominay, I think, has just gone in a little too strongly there for the referee's liking. And there's one last chance of the half here, Wes, for Bayern maybe to complete the turnaround. Kimmich steps up, takes it quickly, and just flashes wide. Looked like it was going to trouble the goalkeeper, but it ends the first half of game 2. United 1, Bayern 1.
Yeah, Cams was just a little bit flat-footed on that free kick. You saw from Alex's reaction how much he thought A, it was going in, and B, how much of a chance it was. But I think he'll be happy going in at 1-1 at the moment. I think if he can slowly start to almost suffocate this Man United attack, the longer this game goes on, the more tired Ronaldo and Cavani are going to be. And it might leave a little bit exposed for Bayern Munich here.
Oh, that was so dangerous. straight away. Bayern are very dangerous from the kickoff. You see the long ball. And it looked as if maybe it was Lewandowski who got the final touch there. Alex certainly thought that was a golden opportunity to potentially sneak for the first time in this match across both of the games a lead for Bayern. Corner to come though. We've seen some interesting tactics so far. United bring the man across to try and block that driven corner. Comes out to Goretzka, and well, which way has this been given? I think maybe it's Goretzka who has been fouled. So, just inside the D. So yet another free kick here for Bayern in a very tantalising position. Kimmich now plays short to Sane. Lets it run across. Just has too many men to beat in the end, and it will be United who come away with the ball.
Yeah, you can see the idea that was there. You could see it was a case of let the ball run through, try and get the ball knocked across and maybe for an easy goal, but it just leads to more pressure if it's not executed correctly. Rashford, with his dancing feet, just gets caught in possession, though.
Yeah, we've seen that story before, played out in this game already. Rashford, someone that you absolutely have to keep in check. All one back, though, for the German club. Lewandowski, has he managed to stay on side? The linesman says yes, so play will continue, and the Bayern fans in the stadium want a penalty. The referee, though, will deny them of that joy. Has been exactly as we build it, hasn't it? It's been a tactical affair. There's been little room for error on both sides. Here's your updated group table. As it stands, Celtic still at the top of the group. Can either of these two clubs deny them of that? Cavani turns in the box to make it 2-1. That is a wonderful turn and an impeccable finish from Cams. Now, can he see it home with Manchester United in the driving seat once more?
Ronaldo might be quiet, but El Matador is certainly alive and kicking. Brilliant finish from Edinson Cavani. And again, you know, we're talking about moments. This is what this game is being resorted to. It's split the lines there. It's one takeaway, and it's a brilliant finish from Cavani. And again, we're delighted for Cams. He'll be very, very happy with it. You can see just splits the phases. So instead of it going from kind of back to front in one phase, you've gone middle, you've took out, you know, kind of key phase. You've gone one-on-one at the defender, and you can see it's just turned the keeper, or turned the defender, who's then in turn smashed it past the goalkeeper.
We saw them from the reactions. Passions are high on Bayern's side, but Cams, I feel like he's been in this position before. He's seen Eldridge in the game before. He knows how many equalisers Bayern are able to come up with. So, job's not finished.
Substitutions taking place.
So we kick off then after the goal. An important first tackle from Cams, who scores his second of the game, to deny the opportunity from kickoff. But Alex Alguacil for Bayern München still comes forward, perhaps tries to do too much there, but the pressure is still on here. Over on that far side, there's just so many United men back. Koeman, though, wins the ball up the pitch, can get to the touchline. Apologies for any colourful language, of course. Passion and tensions are higher in this competition. And now United, they come forward. Cristiano Ronaldo cuts inside, and well. That was such an important block to keep Bayern in this game.
It's our first appearance of a stunning shot, which puts an additional bit of power on it. And, you know, it had everything on it, except it had a Bayern Munich defender in the way. Brilliant block from Alex. And unfortunately for Camps, he's now got an attack of his own to deal with.
But dealt with he has. The longer this game goes on, the higher the tensions rise. Choupo-Moting can maybe find Robert Lewandowski in the middle. It's almost come through to him, but he's lost his footing at the vital moments. Sabitzer still down. Here comes Cams on the counter. Rashford. To Bruno Fernandes is dispossessed. And this game in the final 15 has opened up. We have just over 10 in-game minutes to go. Will there be another twist? Alex trying to find Goretzka, just can't quite find the target there.
You can see how much, I think even Cams realises how important this result would be if he can box this off. He realises just how important this could be.
Bruno Fernandes here for Manchester United, and oh, it's bounced through, but as the ball dribbles agonisingly towards the touchline, the shot in the end is gathered easily by the goalkeeper. Time to reset and go again, and that's a dangerous pass to be played by Cams. You've got less than 5 in-game minutes now to hang on to this slender goal lead. Cavani and Fernandes bring the ball forward. Oh, and it's come through here to Ronaldo. Has a man in support as well. That's Edison Cavani. And that will secure the points for Cams. Brilliant composure. It's Cavani again. It's Cams again. It's Manchester United 3. Bayern München 1.
We talk about fortune. We talk about taking your chances when they're on. It's a mishap here. It's you know, for anybody who's looking for a potential offside flag, it comes off a Bayern player, rolls into the path of Ronaldo. It's cut across to Cavani. There's a dummy thrown in there for good measure, just to make sure he can get the angle, and it's slotted away again by Edinson Cavani. Again, this will be a big 3 points for Cams, for United, and potentially for their aspirations, as we heard from Eldridge O'Neill in the opening VT, their aspirations to win this thing.
Well, we saw the disappointment from Alex there. It was always risky, isn't it? Whereas playing the offside trap in this type of situation, had to roll the dice, and unfortunately couldn't quite get the result he wanted. And the referee's whistle will make it official. Game 2 goes the way of Manchester United. Cams has stepped up in a big way against formidable opposition. And that, as you said, Wes, is such a big 3 points for Manchester United.
Yeah, it's huge for them. You know, now they're sitting on 4 points out of 2 games. Again, arguably that game in the first game could have gone very much either way at 4-3, as we saw the opportunity with Eldridge. But Cam's very much not making any mistakes, making sure he did everything he needed to. Tucked away 2 vital goals with Cavani, and that really was the difference maker.
Well, as we look through the highlights of the game, it was Rashford who opened the scoring for Manchester United, and you might just think, Wes, when Bayern were able to get their equaliser, that it's going to be another tale of them going tit for tat. And well, it was a well taken equaliser by Alex, but credit to Cams, he had that mental fortitude, which is so important in 1 versus 1 when he feels like the game is going against him, to keep his head and perform at the highest level.
Yeah, well, we talk about, you know, potentially going tit for tat, it took Alex a very long time in game-wise to get that goal and get that opportunity. So, you know, again, it was rearguard defensive work from Cams, and it was almost setting traps in that second half where you could see he was getting more and more agitated. I don't think I've ever seen somebody so angry to win an eFootball game, but he seemed very, very angry. But you also could see the fire that came out of it. Brilliant finish there from Cavani. Managed to roll the defender, take it the complete wrong way, and that gave him a 2-1 lead. And again, then set the task for Alex Alguacil and for Bayern Munich to go, okay, you need to chase us now. You need to find a goal. Try and find one. And they just couldn't. Past Maguire, past Varane, past Wan-Bissaka, they couldn't. And then just to took it away at the end, the cherry on top of the eFootball cake, it was Cavani to took it in for 3-1. And Cams was incredibly happy, despite the look on his face.
So much to do still when Cavani is played the pass. Still has so many players to beat at that point, but great composure. And it has to be said, a great performance from Cams. And so far, Semra, Manchester United with 4 points.
Looking very good for the Red Devils indeed. And Wesley was spot on in saying that this would be a very different proposition, a very different game from what we saw on the opening round between these two sides. A bit of a cagey affair, a slow burner, one that opened up later on throughout the 90 minutes. Very different to that gung-ho Wild West version and flavour of game one, but certainly was very fascinating if you do like your tactical battles. That said, let's go ahead and see what is in store for game three. By now, I'm sure you know who's going to be featuring for these two respective sides. We'll see if Manchester United can keep up the pace and collect 3 more points, or if Bayern Munich can find a way back into this to collect some points and get those on the board. So there you have it. It's going to be Jose for the German outfit, rolling out the big guns. Last, he was MVP of match day 2, I believe it was, last season. He also picked up 2 best goals awards. So we'll see how that one goes for him. Whenever it comes to Ostrobach, the young 19-year-old Polish star for the Red Devils, he also will be featuring for the 3rd time in a Manchester United kit. Well, considering that's such a sharpshooter for this one for Bayern Munich, might we see a very different outcome for game 3?
Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of afters here, actually, because myself and Wes had the opportunity to commentate the Euros last summer. And if you remember, Wes, it was Poland versus Spain in that semi-final. And we have now the Spaniard in Jose trying to get revenge on his Polish adversary on that day. Ostrobach now representing Manchester United, as he has for the past couple of seasons in this competition. This means a lot for Jose, not only because of what happened last summer, but also for what's happened in the past 2 games in this match for Bayern München.
Yeah, it's a bit of eFootball Groundhog Day, where we get to sit and watch a 1v1 between Jose and between Ostrobach. Again, for those of a vintage who tuned into the Euros, you would have seen that semi-final be hotly contested. I imagine the exact same thing coming down the pike here. You know, domestically, these two are incredible players for their clubs, and I would venture to say they are better 1v1 players than they are 3v3 players. You know, Austri burst onto the scene as a prodigy. Jose has been there and done it, you know, at a European level. This one, again, you know, you talk about heavyweight clashes. We're running out of words to describe these games. Such are the quality of them.
They are full of quality, and I tell you what, they come thick and fast. For those watching at home, a bit of backstory, of course, last year at the Euros, the semi-final, Poland took a shock win over Spain. They went on to finish as runners-up. But you have to say, with these 2 players we see on our screens now, Jose and Ostrobach, they're a different breed from the players we've seen representing these 2 clubs before. Mestre and Alex for Bayern, O'Neill and Cams for United. Full of passion, full of energy. These 2 are more business oriented. They want to get the task done. There's no frills, there's no spills. It's head down and into the game.
Yeah, Ostrobach, almost an iceman when it comes to these types of games. We talk about, you know, lack of emotion when you're playing. He very much fits into that almost Lotfi style of not really showing anything when he's playing. Jose, very much the same. Although I do remember from times gone by where there was shushes and animated celebrations from him. So it could be anything that we'll see from Jose. But this game teeing up to be a fascinating one once more.
Well, Game 3 is already kicked off. You can see the results from games 1 and 2 at the top of your screens, but our attentions now turn to this game 3, the final opportunity for both of these clubs to pick up points in this match at the very least. So far early on, Ostrobridge from Manchester United seem to have the first attack, but nothing doing there. Here's the look at the league table then after game 2. Celtic are the team that everyone's trying to chase down at this point, and for Bayern, they'll have a chance in our next match to come on the stream here in Group A to take them on directly. For Manchester United, this is their, well, only match of this match day 1. They will, of course, play twice next weekend. So that comes with its own pressure, its own expectation. For now, though, it's all about Ostrobridge and it's all about Jose.
Yeah, and we're talking about the fact that, Man United are already playing once on this match day. Again, it's even more important for them to get points on the board, and certainly will give them a little bit more of an idea of what they need to do going into the next match day. Certainly, they've got a job to do here with Ostrobridge, as you can just see on the on the left-hand side of your screen, the goals tally once more. But you can see that they want to get these points. They want to get these points on the board quick.
And quick is how United are attacking now. The cross can't quite find the head of the intended recipient. But Eldridge O'Neill and Mestre leading the charge thanks to their Game 1 performance. Lewandowski now here for Jose. Into the feet of Coman. Can try and pull it back to Sabitzer as well. But 20 minutes gone in game. It's gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it feels like it's gone very, very quickly. This has but I suppose that's because we've had no stoppages, no balls have gone out, nothing's been fouled. It's all just very, very continuous at this point in time, and you can just see it's back and forth in midfield, and you're just waiting to see something break.
Such a tantalising matchup between these two players. Sometimes play styles definitely complement each other, and these are two that match up incredibly well. Not only personality-wise, but also how they perform on the virtual pitch as well. And that's another bit of intrigue to this competition this season. It is 1v1s, but you don't know your opponent until they appear on the screen. So you don't know who to prep for. You don't know exactly what to expect. Just adds another level of tension to the competition this time around. Paul Pogba now finds Lingard incredibly early. Here is Rashford running beyond him as well. Straight for goal. Goes to Ronaldo! Fortunate, maybe. Clinical, absolutely. Manchester United open the scoring in Game 3. It's Ostrobridge 1, Jose 0.
Yeah, you can see from the previous moves that they'd had where Ostrobridge had crossed this ball. So when it got to here the last time, he crossed it, instead takes the shot, it rebounds into the box. And who else is there but the main man, Cristiano Ronaldo, to pop that into the back of the net. And, again, we talk about doing things differently, doing things that are going to catch your opponent out. So, if you drive to the line and then you put a cross in, next time you do it, drive to the line, take a shot, take a pass, do something differently to catch them out. And we've seen it there from Ostrobridge to great effect. And Jose finds himself 1-0 down here.
On the half-hour mark as well. We mentioned a bit of an Iceman. Not too much by way of celebration from Ostrobridge. A great adjustment for that goal, and, well, could be the 1-2 punch here as well. Just watching how the play breaks here. Will stay in the possession of Ostrobridge, the goal scorer. And Bayern, we've seen this in seasons previous where they've left it too late in the season. This is, of course, their first match of the entire competition. However, it's so important for them to hit the ground running in this group. That is so difficult. Pogba now for Osterbuch. He's having a whale of a time out there. Here's Jose now with the ball. Just doesn't seem to be clicking in that final third right now for the Spaniard.
It seems to be coming back in waves from Man United's ball. Bounces fortuitously to Rashford.
Yeah, and here's Cristiano Ronaldo back to Rashford. And, well, what has happened with that finish? Just wraps his foot way too much around the ball. And, well, there should have been two.
That's the risk you take with first-time shots on eFootball. It can sometimes pay you dividends. It sometimes can be, you know, hooked or shanked, depending on your terminology. But again, Osterbuch won't care at this point. Goes in with a 1-0 lead at half-time.
And I wonder, Wes, I just wonder, if you cast your mind back to game one, Mestre versus Eldridge. Eldridge up 4-3, and Ronaldo has that chance to tuck it home to make it 5, but instead hits the post. Is that a similar sort of chance we're seeing there being squandered, perhaps, by Manchester United? Or do you think maybe too early in the day to call that type of shenanigan?
I think it was a slightly different scenario for that Ronaldo opportunity when he's running through on goal, has kind of composed himself and has then, you know, he's hit the post. Whereas that one is very much a snatch opportunity. It was great interplay between Ronaldo and Rashford from Osterbuch, you know, to find those passes and to find that little combination. Again, if you're Jose, that's setting at least one or two alarm bells ringing to go, hold on a minute, I need to close that down a little bit, because that was far too easy for him to take on board. But I think if you're Osterbuch, I think you're happy where you are right now. I think when you look at Cam's, you look at Osterbuch's play, they may have learned a little bit from that initial game with O'Neill, looking at it and going, okay, he was very gung-ho and was able to score goals, but you have to be better defensively. You have to watch out for absolutely everything. You know, as good as it is scoring goals, you have to make sure you keep the kind of the back door relatively, you know, closed, as it were. So I think Osterbuch and co have learnt that and have tried to stifle this Bayern attack.
Well, we're just seeing the final few moments of the tactical changes here from both sides. Of course, we have our referee Sergio in the back, making sure that these players are all complying with all the necessary rules of the competition. And for Jose, this is an interesting amount of time you're taking to tweak your team. He's obviously not happy with how that first half went. Didn't have a lot of attacking output to write home about. Do you think maybe he's second-guessing his initial lineup, or is this more of a reactionary change?
I think he'll still be confident in the lineup he's picked. I think it's now just a case of where they slot in. I think it's slight adjustments here and there, which we see from eFootballers all the time. It's, you know, you can see them move 1 pixel on the screen, and it, you know, for some players it makes the world of difference if they're not in the exact place they want them. So I think, you know, with general tweaking, as we can see, you know, the pressure's starting to try and be put on this United backline. If you can skip through the phases, as we're seeing here from United, it's very easy to cut through that midfield line.
Well, first real chance then of the second half for Jose, and possession goes wanting this time around. Now comes Osterbuch, and he's picked out a pass here as well to Bruno Fernandes, who turns very neatly as well. Still back to goal though, so needs to do something about that. And here is Paul Pogba waiting. Defended well in the end, but that will be just maybe some alarm bells ringing for Jose. Kingsley Coman now. Double touch inside is defended well by Harry Maguire, and Osterbuch survives yet another attack. He'll have to do it once more, though, if he wants to keep his lead in this game, and it bounces through to the goal. It's Sane who claims it. There were a few deflections in there, though, Wes, and, well, there was the equaliser that Jose was chasing. Bayern back on level terms here in Game 3, but can Jose now do what his teammates failed to do previously and take home the 3 points here in Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's great play. It's a save, again, gets parried into the path of Leroy Sané. I think if you're Osterbuch, though, you know, when you stifle the first attack with Harry Maguire, you have to stay alert. You have to keep on top of these things. I think it's come off of Rafael Varane in the back, to go into the back of the net. Jose, again, not giving anything away with his body language. Osterbuch, you can see with almost a Roy smile on his face to say, well, okay, that happened. Let's get back into it. But certainly, there'll be, you know, now a good 10-15 minute period where this could potentially decide the game here.
Perfectly balanced entering the final 30. We said before the game, these two players very much the cool, calm and collected members of their clubs. As you said, nothing given away in terms of reactions, celebrations from either side. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Osterbuch for Manchester United now in possession. Kingsley Coman on that far side. Jose cuts inside. That's Lingard to deal with, though, and, well, Englishman does well at first time of asking, but United have conceded a corner here. 70th minute of the game. And I was about to say, prime time for substitutes here, Wes, to change some things around, and there's a wealth of talent to pull from on both benches here.
Yeah, there certainly is, and you can see the difference in shape between the two teams. You've got Bayern deploying that kind of almost fabled 4-3-3. You can see Osterbuch going with almost a 4-1-2-1-2 of sorts, and you can see that the differences that they're trying to make with these players. I think this time of asking, I think that's Alphonso Davies that's being deployed at left wing. That'll be an interesting ploy to see how well he performs higher up the pitch. We know that he's full of speed. However, whether he's got the attacking nous to unlock this United defence remains to be seen.
Well, if you speak about previous accolades, of course, we had Osterbuch in 2019, burst onto the 1-versus-1 scene. I think he was about 16 years of age then, if I remember correctly. And, well, on the other side, you have Jose, whose achievements are just absolutely huge. Last year, top 3 at the World Finals. Has experience winning with Bayern as well. There's a corner here and it evades everyone, but the ball is headed in. And for the first time in this entire match, Bayern München lead a game, and it's Game 3. It's Jose. It's 2-1 now.
Yeah, if you don't block that corner, folks, it's going to cause problems to everybody. That's any player of eFootball. If you do not try and block that corner, it's going to cause issues. It was fortuitous that it didn't go in the first instance. It looked like it went off the bar, pinged off into what felt like no man's land, and it was Hernandez that sticks it in for 2-2. Oh, sorry, for Jose to set the lead here. Sorry. But such was the goal that it's taken me out of my consciousness.
I don't blame you. I mean, this match has been going on for so long with so many goals between all the sets of players. There's confirmation, Jose, with his second in this tight attritional affair to put Bayern into the lead. Here's how that affects the league table in this group, with all clubs having played one match each, all 3 games each as well. Pretty even with Celtic up there at the top.
Yeah, I think a surprise for a lot of people as well, seeing Monaco, at least as it stands, at the bottom of the pile.
Still time, of course, for that group table to change should Ostrobich grab himself an equaliser. But as we enter the dying embers now of this game 3 between two great clubs, it's very much a case of nothing to lose at this point, you have to say, for Ostrobich.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you are losing your game. I mean, honours would be shared at this point, if it does, end in this scenario. But if you look at I spoke about the substitution of Alphonso Davies. It actually looks like a stroke of genius now, because if you're looking to go more defensively, you've got an additional defensive player that can slot in and almost put another brick in the red wall that is the Bayern Munich defence. So it's almost a bit of foresight from Jose that's actually allowed himself to really put a defensive shape in place now.
That's one thing these players, as they've been preparing for this competition, will need to know going forward. What audibles can you call on the fly? Whether it's 1-1, whether it's 2-1, whether you're down, whether you're up. Substitutes can make the biggest difference at this level of competition.
You can see adding the individual tactics there of deep line. It drops an additional forward player back who will look to be more defensive than anything else. So you can see where Jose's brain is at the moment, thinking, I've got this lead, let me just hold on to it. Sometimes, though, the attack is the best form of defence.
So as we enter then the final 10 in-game minutes, still stoppages to come. It is Bayern 2, Manchester United 1. And what a valuable 3 points it could be as well for the German club. Long ball works out to Davies. Nice touch there as well. Now if you're Jose, do you go for the jugular? Do you play for a corner, to the corner flag? Or do you play for territory? Or do you even try and go for that 2-goal cushion? Cristiano Ronaldo now. Ostrobich needs to find an equaliser somehow. Sancho tries to roll inside. It will come right back at Bayern München here. Cristiano Ronaldo. Sancho was making the run. Important touches of the game now for Bayern München to manage it well. I tell you what, that's not a bad result here, Wes, for Bayern. A throw in deep in United's half.
Yeah, it's almost like a rugby kick, seeing that just go into territory. I think if you're looking here, though, if you're Ostrobich, you've got to get that ball over the halfway line as he has done, but you can't keep it up there.
Maybe one last roll of the dice, but nothing doing. It's an important 3 points for FC Bayern München. It's something they needed after the previous 2 results. A 4-4 in game 1, a 3-1 loss in game 2. But Jose, the hero, in game 3.
Yeah, almost exacted a little bit of revenge there. You can see, as you can see on our screens there, the conversations that are going on, but it looks like they're going to they're looking like they're going to kind of have a little bit of a debrief. You can see Ostrobich, again, not really showing too much to anybody. That's how he's feeling right now. He looks a little bit relieved for it to kind of almost be over, but I think in that sense, I think he was kind of unlucky in the sense he took a lead very early on. Again, managed to just pounce on a goal. And it's honours shared. I think, given what we saw in the first game, I think that was probably the just result that we saw.
Yeah, as you say, honours shared, 4 points apiece as we take a look at some of the highlights that we saw from what was a very close game. And, well, I hate to say it, it's another chance from Rashford dragged wide that maybe should have been put in the back of the net. And it's one that I think Ostrobich will look back on and say, yep, Maybe should have tucked that one away. As then Jose went on to get the equaliser. And from then on, it was, well, a very resilient performance from Jose, it has to be said.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, to again having that knowledge that your team only had 1 point at that stage, you've got to get something out of the game, and again, in whatever fashion he's managed to find it, it's that set piece, it's finding the back post, it's trying to find the goal, but it bounces fortuitously to Hernandez, who sticks it away, and then it was a case of just building a wall and hoping for the best.
Yeah, so 4 points apiece between the two clubs there, Semra. Great action.
Now that is a wrap on match 2, let's have a quick look at the results from the previous 3 games before we head into our final match of the day. And as we saw, it was very close indeed. Overall, it was aggregate 7-8 with Manchester United just slightly edging it there. But in terms of points, very much even Steven as it stands. Game 1, it ended 4-4 between the two in the highest scoring game of the day thus far. Then it was 3-1 in favour of Manchester. A very cagey, very interesting tactical battle there for game 2. And last but not least, finally, Bayern Munich found a way into this match. They did manage to pick up 3 vital points here with a 2-1 victory against the Red Devils. So very interesting stuff from match 2. Very different from the opening match of the day that we saw there. Kinds of lots of comebacks at times, but took a while for the Germans to get a foothold into this one. Overall, though, plenty of interesting things to take from this match, though, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big takeaway for me is that in this competition throughout this season, we're going to see matchups make matches. We saw it throughout these all of these games as we saw Mestre take on Eldridge O'Neill. You can see there back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Game 2 was more tactical. And then game 3 was the medicine that Bayern needed. They played their matchup well. And in the end, I think 4 points apiece between these two clubs is not the worst result on either side. They would have loved to take more. But obviously, in terms of the matchups, that could not have been set up more perfectly for us and by the clubs as well.
Well, there you go. Manchester United will have to wait until the next weekend in order to try and add to their tally. Bayern Munich will have a go in just a few minutes to see if they can increase theirs. But first, Wes, we're going to hear from you and some of the main players there from both respective sides to get their analysis of what we just witnessed for match 2. Let's see who we've got, Wes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Samra. I'm just waiting to see who we've got coming into the mix zone with us. We will have representatives from Bayern Munich. It looks like we're with Jose. Jose, commiserations almost for yourselves and for Bayern Munich. How did you guys find that? And are you going to look to take some confidence from those results going into the Celtic game that we have coming up very shortly?
Well, of course, we need to push harder. Now against Celtic is going to be tough games, like Manchester United. But yeah, we have training a lot. So I think even with the skill of Kilsiu, Lotfi and Albavis, they did a really nice performance against one of the favorites like Monaco. So I think it's going to be hard, but yeah, we are ready for the battle.
Yeah, you had a tough old go at it, especially with the likes of Ronaldo and Cavani in the ranks of Man United. Were they two players that you guys had earmarked as or pinpointed as key players for Man United before the game?
Yeah, we know Manchester United, not just the players in game, also the players like Kans, O'Neill and Ostivac. To be honest, they show different formation, different lineup than we expected, the orders, so we need to change the plans. But I think, to be honest, it was fair, 4-4. It's not what we want, but yeah, we need to plus more points now for our account against Celtic, hopefully.
Yeah, and that's what we've got to look forward to now is the matchup against Celtic. Into it, I'm sure you'll provide us with an absolute cracker.
Thank you, Weta.
No worries, Jose. And then we will move over to Manchester United. Eldridge, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining us. We could see the emotion and heartbreak on your face when that ball ricochets off the post in game 1. How disappointed were you to not walk away with the 3 points in that game particularly?
I was very disappointed because that should be your goal. You know, if it's 5-3, then it's a totally different game and maybe even to win. So that miss in the in the first game cost us 3 points. But same in the game of Mikolaj, you know, his second chance with Rashford. Normally that should be a goal, but it's 2-0. So if you score that one, it's also 3 points possibly. So I think today we lost points instead of winning points, to be fair.
Yeah, well, given the fact that you only got the one game today, I can appreciate the disappointment that you had. I mean, we can see the look on your face. I very much had the same reaction, where you had hands on your head and kind of wondering where that goal had gone. But are you happy with the 4 points, given the fact that you only played once today? Obviously, you've got a bit of time between the next match day to kind of prepare and to have a look at your game plan. Are you happy that you have that time now to look at things and potentially tweak things going forward?
No, to be fair, I'm not happy. Of course, we are happy with 4 points, but it should be 9, to be fair. I'm really think it should be 9 because of the chance I missed with Cristiano Ronaldo, and also the chance of Mikolaj that he missed with Rashford. So for us, we are disappointed with the result, and we countered Bayern really good with the lineup. I actually predicted the lineup would be Mestre, Alex, and Jose, and so we used our lineup to actually counter them, and it worked well. Only the game was a bit against us today, so unfortunately, hopefully next week against Monaco and Celtic we can do better and qualify for the next round.
Well, you guys can go ahead and rest up. Thank you very much for your time, Eldridge, and good luck for the rest of the season. Back to you, Semra, in the studio.
Thank you very much, Wes. Always very fascinating to see the insights from the players there, to see where they perceive the games have been won or lost, or where the points have been picked up or dropped. I know they would all love to have 9 points on the board by now, but for us watching on as neutrals, I'm sure we're loving the fact that it's all very nice and tight and there's so much competition to go around. And of course, it will be decided very late on, which is something we all do like to see. But of course, it's now time to roll on into our final match of the day, and this one will be a fantastic encounter between Celtic and Bayern München.
I'm very happy. I'm glad to be in Celtic. Our main goal is to win the title, like always. I don't feel like we have strong rivals. I feel like it's us. We have to be at our level. All the teams are very good, and we have to take all the teams seriously.
The goal for this season is put the club in the place they deserve. I think we are going to fight for the title. I think it's the minimum to represent this club, and I think we are going to make it possible. This season we are working hard. It's not just about the skill, it's also mentally. We are ready to be champs again. Vamos!
Vamos indeed. Of course, there's no rest for the wicked, as they say, as both teams have already featured earlier this afternoon in Bayern Munich. Well, they've hardly had a chance to catch their breath and regroup as they go into this final match of the day. Having said that, let's go ahead and see who's going to feature for Game 1 and see if a little bit of time for Celtic to rest will have a good, positive impact for them, and what kind of impact Bayern Munich will have, having just finished up their most recent match. So let's see then who is going to be pinned up against whom in this first game, and it's going to be Lutfi for Celtic. You may remember that he narrowly lost out earlier on today, after though he tried to mount a comeback. It was just a little bit too late for him. And then Jose, Mestre, who featured in that 4-4 draw against Eldridge. Really exciting game, that one, with 8 goals in it. Certainly we'll see something a little bit different, I suspect, this time around between these two sides. And I think, Wes, actually, in the group draw, you mentioned that this was going to be one where the group could be made or break.
Yeah, and it's more so for the fact that both of these teams are now playing twice in one day. You know, you can take it one way or the other. You can either have all the points on the board and be very happy that you've got that, or you could be much like Man United or Monaco and just say, well, we've got points now, we can rest up, we can take it for another day. I mean, Harry, you'll know these guys as much as what I do. I mean, I'm expecting a masterclass of tactics here.
Oh, it's been fun to watch these two players and their respective lineups across the variety of competitions that you and I have had the pleasure to commentate over in the past few years. This, for me, though, is an intriguing matchup. We heard Eldridge in that interview you just had with him, Wes, say, we countered the predicted lineup of Bayern. And I wonder if there's a bit of gamesmanship happening here as well, because for me, Lotfi, despite his loss in their first match of today, is one of the better game managers in the entire Championship Pro 2022. And he goes up against Mestre, who is a free scorer, scored 4 against Eldridge. So I wonder if that's going to play into the storyline of this match here in game 1 of match number 2.
Well, also, you've got to think as well, Bayern Munich are coming fresh off of games that they've just played, whereas Celtic have had a little bit of a break. They've had a break in the day. They've been able to go and get refreshed. They've been able to go and, take a break away from the console, kind of reset themselves a little bit mentally. Meanwhile, Bayern are in that mindset of, as you heard from Jose, we need to improve, we need to get better, we need to be more clinical. So you've got those two blends of, are Celtic going to come in and be a bit kind of lax? Are they going to be a bit kind of, we've had a bit of time out and the adrenaline's worn off? Or, are Bayern going to make mistakes because they're too fired up?
Well, we're about to find out as we kick off our final match of the day, game 1 between Celtic and Bayern. Celtic currently topping the group with 6 points. Bayern chasing them down, just 2 points behind. Mestre versus Lotfi. The free scoring Mestre versus the excellent game manager in Lotfi. It's Bayern who attack early on here as Sane tries to turn, but the pressure on the defender is good enough to see Celtic maintain their clean sheet so far.
Yeah, this is the telling part now. It's going to be a case of whether Maeda and Kyogo can get free and whether they can wrestle away from almost the physical giants that are Bayern Munich. You've got Upamecano, you've got Sule, kind of occupying those types of regions. It's going to be a case of whether the kind of the diminutive almost nature of Celtic is going to be able to get free here.
Well, Maeda is going to be someone that's all of the eFootball Championship Pro clubs this season need to keep tabs on. And Bayern have done that well so far. Goretzka now. Here for Mestre. It's going to be an early yellow here in the opening 15. That'll go to Goretzka, I believe. And that's going to gift possession here. Over to Celtic with this free kick whipped into the box. Goretzka now for Bayern. This will be a corner to come. As we've just been sitting back and admiring the action, Wes, there's a lot of games to be played in this match to come. And every moment requires the utmost concentration, not only from us, but from these players here as well.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is kind of where it's going to come to the fore as he goes to the side netting. You can see that Bayern just trying that corner again. If you are, like I say, if you are watching this, you've got to keep blocking that corner. That corner has been undoing quite a few defences here today. It's certainly something that these players need to game plan against.
So here comes Lotfi. Now with McGregor, has lots of time to get the strike away. Dealt with well in the end by Mestre. But that was a real chance, wasn't it? We saw that purple bar there, Wes.
Yeah, and that's it. That's that kind of shot or pass modifier. It adds an extra bit of zip, but it can sometimes come at the cost of accuracy. So it's very rare that we've seen it today. I think the only other time I've seen it is during the Man United game. So I think it's not really being used by the pro players you're seeing here. But I think it's because it does take a little bit more time for it to kind of wind up and take on. So I don't think we'll be seeing it unless they've got an acre of space. I don't think we'll be seeing much stunning action from these guys.
Of course, one of the newer mechanics introduced to the eFootball franchise. We'd love to see some more of that employed in games to come, but as you said, it does require the perfect type of situation. Here is Goretzka now switching the play over to Sane. Lewandowski tackled well by Carter Vickers, and Lotfi and Mestre. We wondered if this was a case of them cancelling each other out, almost fire meeting ice. And so far it's proved that way. No goals within half an hour of play. Could that change here, though, with Gnabry? Goretzka back to Gnabry with the improvised strike, but approaching the half-hour mark, no goals.
Again, this Celtic side proving just how stubborn that they actually are. Again, it's that rearguard defensive action that is saving them in abundance here. They've got Juranovic, they've got the Starfelt, they've got Julian, and they're trying to keep the door closed on this Bayern Munich side.
Well, here is one of the players you just mentioned, trying to play it forward now to his attackers. McGregor. Thiago with the double touch, and, well, two of the Bayern defenders there just getting in each other's way. That may lead to them being out of position and maybe unready for this attack. Maeda skipping past defenders left and right, gets his strike away. And the goalie called into action. It's that man once more with his quick feet and opportunity to improvise. Will win a corner here for Celtic.
Yeah, you wonder whether Maeda maybe could have gone back across the goalkeeper with that rather than trying to put it in at the almost near post, try and go back and at least create more of an angle, but still gives Celtic a corner, still gives them some danger. You can see the possession stat just flash up in the top left-hand corner.
So it's that driven corner, as we've seen a few teams so far, a few of the players to attempt this season seems to be the way to go with these corner kicks, and this time dealt with by Bayern. But Celtic with all this room, look at this. You've got a chance here, lovely double touch, and that is an absolute gem of a goal. It's Lotfi, it's Celtic. It's absolutely beautiful. And it's 1-0.
Form is temporary, class is permanent. Brilliant double touch from Hatate. And again, it was only from the fact that Bayern backline got pushed all the way back. You can see Hatate just almost locked his defender into 1v1 and said, come on, come and take the ball off me. And instead, he just very quickly takes his feet beautifully past the defender, completely misstep. Goalkeeper not able to get there. Hatate makes it 1-0. Lotfi showing that calibre that we are so used to from an eFootball perspective. You can see Mestre, again, knew what was coming, couldn't do anything to stop it. And as a result, Celtic have a 1-0 lead.
Well, we've seen some absolutely beautiful goals scored so far today. That joins the ranks of some of the very best. Lotfi knew exactly what he wanted to do as soon as he trapped that ball. And he's looking for his second here in as many minutes as Mestre is given some defensive duty. Here is Gnabry now. Half-time rapidly approaching. Who will get the last attack of the half, though? Can be so pivotal in some instances. Looks like Mestre's won the ball back just in the nick of time, but has given it away. And, well, is there an opportunity perhaps for either side to get one more attack in? Here is Turnbull, has Thiago trying to run in behind, but instead Referee will blow the whistle. And the first half ends 1-0, Wes. What have you seen there as we take a look at some of the stats from the first half? Plenty of shots, but just the one goal.
Yeah, again, it's clinical. It's clinical eFootball play. It's having your opportunities, taking it on, and making sure that you put your chances away when you have them. And yes, there's been 3 shots on target for Celtic. There's only been 1 on target for Bayern, so there's only been 1 realistic chance that's been there for Bayern, and it's not been put away. Whereas with Celtic, they've had 3 of them, and they've managed to put at least 1 of them away. So, looking for that killer instinct, you're looking to your Celtic team, and you're looking to Lotfi at the moment, who seems to be in the ascendancy.
Well, you can see there exactly how this would impact the group. Should it stay this way, Celtic would extend their lead. In the off-season, they went out and got their men in Kilzu and Lotfi and a veteran in Ayaz Babisk, and so far, so good. Here's Maeda, and he's beating his man here as well. Can he get a cross in? He can, but it won't find a teammate. And Mestre so far needs to get some attacking output going, because so far it's been pretty much one-way traffic. Lewandowski's trying to take the ball past his man. But once again, it's Lotfi who comes through, and Maeda's through down the middle. Has Davies giving chase, but I tell you what, he could even square it if he wanted to. Goes for goal himself, and was that the right decision, Wes? I do wonder.
Yeah, that's a massive chance that goes by the way. So I think it's took a save there. It looked like it might have got a touch there. Maybe it's my eyes deceiving me after the action that we've seen today. Oh, no, it was my eyes deceiving me. I thought I saw a touch on it from the goalkeeper, but that's a huge miss for Lotfi, and you can sense that should be one of those chances that should be paid off here. If Mestre can get a goal here, it will almost be as though he scored 2 in a sitting here. If he can get a chance and get a goal here,
could be a real sucker punch to Celtic's aspirations in this group. On further inspection of that replay, as you said, didn't take a deflection, but also don't think the square was quite on, as there were Bayern defenders rapidly retreating back towards their own goal to cover that off. So regardless, potentially should have been put away by Lotfi, but so far he's defending well. You can see a pause queued up as well. So tactical changes in the offing here. Musiala. Sane. Early cross in, trying to catch the Celtic rear guard. Off balance, off keel, but they've been rock solid at the back, and the turn of pace up top isn't too bad either. Sane into Musiala. Mestre building, but defensively, the Celtic defence has been an incredibly difficult problem to overcome for all the players they faced today.
Yeah, and I think if you are looking at trying to find a deficiency in this Celtic defence, you're actively and should be looking at the low passes and the low abilities, because although, as we've looked and we've spoken at length about how good Celtic are physically and aerially, they will suffer if you can get the ball into their feet and get in and around them, which I'm not sure whether that's the game plan of Bayern at the moment. They're trying to go to Lewandowski, they're trying to go aerial, and they're trying to go with the aerial threat. However, that seems to be getting nullified by Celtic routinely here, and it's only going to be through a slice of luck may they actually get anywhere close to getting into a goal here.
Well, changes have been made. Subs are coming on. They have 20 in-game minutes to make their impact. If you're Lotfi, it's about holding on, and if you're Mestre, it's about doing just this, threatening the goal. It's kicked into touch. Throw in then in the final third. Here is the sub Choupo-Moting, but stepped up well once more, not for the first time by the Celtic defence. And well, Choupo-Moting here. He's dancing, he's weaving, he's fine. Serge Gnabry here as well. This could be a real chance for the equaliser, and he takes it. Grabs it with two hands. Says, thank you very much. I'll have 15 in-game minutes to search for a winner. Mestre equalises the scoring.
I'm starting to think they're listening to us, Harry. That was really good, intricate play here. You'll see it go just down the line here. Again, it's all low passes, it's all low blocks, it's dummies, it's trying to do as much as you can there. Again, the dummy creating that animation, which then allows Bayern, you'll see from this angle here, it's this pass in here, then it's the dummy, which you'll see just causes that animation, allows the ball to be rolled past the corner. We've seen it once already from Bayern Munich today. We've seen it again now, and like you said, 15 in-game minutes. Let's see what you can do.
Cool, calm and collected as ever, by the way, is Mestre. Knows how important it is for his club as he scores his 5th to try and make it to the top of the group. And he scores his 6th immediately afterwards. Lewandowski and Mestre could be sending Bayern München to the top of this group. They've turned it around. It's the 1-2 punch. It's 2-1 now to Bayern.
If you talk about triangle football, that is it in its entirety. A brilliant piece of play. 1 and then 2 through the line. Lewandowski's through on goal. Again, if you want any predatory striker in world football, you'll pick Robert Lewandowski 9 times out of 10. And for that, worth his weight in gold. A fantastic finish. And it's that, like you said, that 1-2 sucker punch. You've conceded once if you're Celtic, but then to go and concede again, and now the dynamic of the game shifting once more. It's going backwards and forwards here.
Well, we thought this dynamic might be the fire versus ice, trying to nullify the attacking threat of Mestre with the game management of Lotfi, but it's held strong for all of 74 minutes, but he's going for more, and it's off the post. Oh, my word. It could have been 3. Celtic are living dangerously here. Choupo-Moting, who has been a revelation here for Bayern. That's what it would do to the group as things stand. Still plenty more action to come in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022. But as things stand, Bayern heading to the top of the group, and Mestre heading to the top of the goal-scoring chart as well. Maybe a bit too early to talk about the race for the Golden Boot, but Mestre, he is full of goals. Corner now. At the front post as well, it sneaks in! Schürrle at the front post! Makes it Bayern 3, secures the points. It's that corner again, Wes. It's Mestre again, Wes. It's Bayern 3, Celtic 1. Unbelievable scenes.
I was going to say, you just need a soundboard from here. You've got to block that corner. You have to block it. Regardless of if it takes a deflection, at least you take the sting out of the cross. It's great work from Mestre to make that work. But again, you've got to talk about the defensive nature of it. You have to stick a man there to then block that cross. We've seen it over the course of previous tournaments. We've seen it throughout, eFootball gameplay. You've got to stop it. And if you don't stop it, you run the risk.
Oh, there's a penalty to be had here. In the 91st minute. And this is a must-score penalty for Lotfi. Maeda steps up and gets Mestre. And there's enough power to force it through the glove to make this an incredibly nervy last few minutes here, Wes. We'll take a look at the foul, but all that matters for Lotfi is he tucks away the subsequent penalty to give him a chance.
Yeah, the foul essentially came from, you know, too heavy of a challenge, the ball getting knocked through the legs of a Bayern defender. Finally is one that's given. There was a big pour on it, but it wasn't able to be kept out these last 3 minutes. You know, we say a lot about, oh, well, you know, there's not enough time, it's too little, it's too late. But as we know with eFootball, if the ball is kept alive, you know, the game will keep ticking. Regardless of how long it says on the clock, it will give you that one last attack. So if you're Mestre, you're wanting to grab hold of this ball and you're wanting to run for the hills. Whereas if you're Lotfi, you wanting to keep this ball alive as much as you can to give yourself the best opportunity to score. You know, however which way that falls is down to these guys and these final tactical switches.
Well, Lotfi is ready. And Mestre, who, might I add, was down 1-0 in the 74th minute of this game one, finds himself in a position where he needs almost to hang on for these last few minutes now. We're into stoppage time as the game is shortly underway. And a nervy few in-game minutes here for Bayern München fans. It's kicked as far up the pitch as possible, and I wonder, will Gnabry get there first? The answer is no. Celtic have let it run, but the problem is that's ticked away precious seconds off that clock, and they need to win the first and the second ball here off the kickoff if they want to continue this. But instead, the referee says, no, none of that. And a precious 3 points to send Bayern to the top of Group A. Mestre 3, Lotfi 2. And it took a while to spring into life, Wes, but what a game that was between two great competitors.
Yeah, it did. It took a fair while to kind of catch fire, but once it did, we saw probably, I would say, the best of Mestre. We saw the best of him. He managed to just get himself a foothold into the game, managed to get himself going, and as a result, managed to find vital goals. As we saw, you know, chances that were on for Celtic. We saw, you know, Maeda just try and force an opportunity there. Could have gone the other side. Instead, we found it was Hatate, a brilliant double touch that took it away from the defender. And we thought, at that point, Celtic were off to the races.
We thought they would continue their dominance in this group so far. But I hate to say it once more for Lotfi, it's another agonising 3-2 defeat. And he has not secured any points on this match day, which when Celtic signed him, Wes, they thought they were going to get a sure thing. He was going to collect points left and right, and he still may do that with their final match of the group still to come, but certainly not the return you would have wanted from Lotfi. Here it is, 75th minute. You get your equaliser if you're Mestre. And then immediately afterwards, Wes, it's Gnabry to Lewandowski. The rest is history.
Yeah, it's that passing movement that we've known from Bayern Munich for so long. From it, you know, regardless if it's Mestre, if it's Jose, if it's Alex, we have seen that passing mentality bring true. And it's this kind of almost what I can only describe as an expert set piece that we keep seeing from these teams that are able to replicate it so many times. The penalty that got given and managed to pop that in, but it was, again, at that point was too little too late, and they didn't get the final opportunity on the board. And again, disappointing loss for Lotfi. Again, huge delight for Mestre, who has kind of managed to exercise the ghosts of that 4-4 draw.
Well, we know he's full of goals, Semra, but Mestre finally has points to his name as well to supplement the one he got against Manchester United. What a first game of this match.
What a first game indeed, and what a game of two halves. After running a watertight ship at the very back for Celtic, Lutfi had been doing an excellent job until about the 70-minute mark or so. Then all of a sudden a hat-trick of goals from Mestre in relatively quick succession put him in a great position to take those 3 points. Even though Lutfi was able to pull one back from the spot, it was too little too late for him, and in the end those 3 points will prove massive for the German outfit as they go to the top of the lot. So let's go ahead and see then as they head into the second game of this match. They're in a great position indeed as they head into these final 2 games of the day. We'll see who's going to feature next for them, for Celtic and for Bayern Munich, especially in the case of Celtic as they try to regain their place at the top of the lot. It looks like it's going to be Kills-You, someone who really surprised us all at the very top of the day by launching a massive upset against his former teammate and 3-time world champion as Makeable, and that certainly will give him a lot of confidence going into this one. The same can be said for his Spanish counterpart in this game, Jose, who will no doubt be feeling a lot of confidence as well after picking up the only game of their previous match against Manchester United and exacting a little bit of revenge in the process as well. So certainly a nicely poised game between these two, and it could be very decisive in determining which one of these two ends up at the top of the group by the end of the day.
Yeah, you're so right. I think it's very telling that with that win in game 1, Bayern have leapfrogged Celtic, and Celtic won't be liking that one bit. What's fun about this one as well, Wes, if we look towards the players we have Jose, who came off his victory against Ostrobuch, as Semra said, exacting a bit of revenge there, but also you look at Kills-You also coming off a victory. So 2 players here coming off of a win, and they'll want to continue that winning streak as well.
Yeah, even for bragging rights more than anything else. But you know, Jose has asked for a response from his teammates. He's got one from Mestre, and now he's got to go and kind of back it up again for himself. But again, he's right up against it against Kills-You, who we saw again do some amazing heroics for Celtic in the opening game of the day. Now he's got to go again. Now it's going to be what I can only describe as the intriguing tie that we will expect from these two.
Yeah, well, thank you so much to Semra for setting us up nicely for this game 2 of our 3rd match of the day. Match day 1 is, well, the sun is setting on match day 1, and both of these clubs would love to come out as group toppers. As we said before, Bayern with that 3-2 victory over Celtic in game 1 have now leapfrogged them. They lead the group with 7 points over Celtic's 6. How many times can that change in our final 2 games to come? It's Kills-You versus Jose. And these 2 players, Wes, it's another one of those matchups where you just think maybe we could be seeing quite a lot of goals between these 2 very talented players.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's going to be a case of how they kind of boot into the game, how they're going to start to kind of interact with their team, and more importantly, how these 2 line up as their team lineups. We can see, you know, Kills-You taking a look over the virtual shoulder of Bayern to see what they're competing with. I think Jose is probably just looking to just tweak what worked for him in the previous game against Manchester United. So I think, you know, on balance, I think you're probably looking at Jose now being a little bit warm on the sticks, whereas Kills-You will have to kind of find that energy level, find that adrenaline rush that he found in game 1, which feels like a lifetime ago compared to where we are now.
Absolutely it does. And what feels like a lifetime away for these players as well is the knockout stages. The reason we keep wondering who's going to top the group is that the group topper from both Group A and Group B will qualify automatically for the semi-finals. They will bypass the need to play the quarter-finals. So very important that you're finishing top of your group. So far, so good for Bayern. They top the group as things stand. But for Kills-You, his entire goal here is to win this game, reclaim the throne at the top of Group A for Celtic, and for Jose is to extend that lead. You see game 1's result at the top of your screen. We're into game 2 now. It's Jose, it's Kills-You, and it's Bayern versus Celtic. Kingsley Coman trying to weave his way into the box. Lewandowski is always there, trying to snatch a goal. He's one that's been fairly quiet so far today, it has to be said, Wes, for Bayern. He's scored a couple of goals, but we're so used to seeing Bayern's build-up play feature Lewandowski so prominently, but it's mostly been about Sabitzer, it's been about Davies and Koeman, the supporting cast, and there hasn't been all that much service to the Polish superstar up top for Bayern.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit to be said, I think, about the way that, Jose and Mestre and Alex like to play with Bayern Munich. They don't like to necessarily lean on Lewandowski too much because you have skillful players in Gnabry and Koeman and Sane who move a little bit more fluidly than Lewandowski in game. So I think that's kind of where we're looking at the moment.
Oh, look at this. Hatate is almost able to turn his man. Some very precise and surgical passing almost so far from Kilsue. He is looking very much in touch with his Celtic team. Kyogo to Turnbull, trying to turn inside. Back to Kyogo, dummies. Blocked. Turnbull now. Kyogo again, but well read in the end by Jose. He's going to have to do that quite a lot this game. Opening 15 has been pretty successful so far for his adversary.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of feints, a lot of dummies, a lot of double touches here from Kilsue. We talk about reactionary kind of ways of playing. He'll certainly react, at least in the low stages, against this Bayern Munich side. And it's just a case of whether Bayern can put it together going the other way and try and kind of maybe have a go at the feet of these Celtic defenders.
Worth noting as well, if those of you are new to Kilsue as the representative of Celtic, he competes in fighting games as well. A lot of precise button combos needed there. It's very much the same in eFootball, so love to see that style translate into the trickery, the dummies, the feints that he plays with in this competition as well. He has the ball back now as well with Turnbull. Maeda lucky to come away with the ball. Here's Kyogo, lovely double touch. Can he get his strike away? He can. Is Maeda there to pounce? The defender certainly thought so, so just a throw in for the efforts, but a really strong opening 25 so far from Kilsue. He's pinning Jose back here. Hatate to Kyogo. The strike is there, but it is wide.
Yeah, I think if that's on target, that causes Ulrich a big problem as Jose had gone manual goalkeeping there and just started to inch away from that post. I mean, if it finds the target, could have been in business there. Again, it's something for Kilsue to maybe take on board. We talk about people kind of almost downloading tactics and downloading kind of play styles. It'll be certainly one in the memory bank there now for Kilsue to think, okay, we can maybe try and exploit that going forward.
I think Celtic fans will have a lot of fun watching Kilsue this season. Of course, Bayern fans very familiar with the trio of Mestre, Alex Alguacil and this man Jose. It's interesting this season. We keep speaking about it as we take a quick peek at the leading goal scoring charts, and I'll come back to my point as Gnabry here for Bayern is cutting inside, goes for goal. Pressure still on here. We always talk about the difference this season. It's not a co-op game anymore. You can rely on your teammates to give you advice, but ultimately it comes down to you. You are the one here who has to get things done for your team. Kyogo trying to cut inside, lots of dummies, but Jose is wise to it. And with less than 10 to go in this first half of game 2, no goals to show for it, but plenty of territory and possession, it has to be said, for Celtic.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Kilsue's attacking kind of play style, essentially it kind of plays into Jose's hands a little bit, because he likes to patiently defend and wait for you to make the first move. So I think if he can predict all of those moves correctly and just sit off a little bit, it'll nullify those double touch, it'll nullify the dummy. But obviously you can't sit off too much, because you leave yourself open to controlled shots. So that's going to be the kind of the difference maker here for defensively for Bayern Munich.
Certainly don't want to wait for all of the pieces on the chessboard to fall in your favour. Sometimes you've got to roll the dice and take some of those risks as we approach half-time now. Jose just maintaining possession so he can be the one to get the final attack of the half, but no additional minutes at the end of the first half. And that, to me, Wes, speaks to how open this game has been. Not a lot of stoppages. It's been very much back and forth.
Yeah, it's very much been more like a midfield battle. I think once it gets to the edges of each box, I think it then becomes a game of almost cat and mouse as to who's going to blink first in this scenario. And I think either end it's happening, because both are executing double touches, both are trying to execute dummies, and both are trying to kind of give themselves space. I mean, you can see from the shots there's been 4 shots total between both teams in that half. So I think, you know, it speaks to a very open game in one sense, but a very tight game in another.
It's always interesting to see and listen to what advice can be given to the man who is essentially on an island right now. And that man is whoever is controlling the players on the pitch for these clubs. Again, it's all down to you here. And well, has that gone all the way through to Maeda? Oh, no! He got the finish all wrong. Kills you still in possession, but perhaps could have gone for a low finish there. Instead, tries to chip the keeper. And credit to Ulrich. He's made himself large there. Could have very easily been 1-0 to Celtic. They still come forward though. Turnbull. Well, he's kept it alive. Go, but Hernandez is there to cover.
Yeah, it's more defensive, more rearguard action from Bayern, but they've got to be careful playing it out from the back here. Kyogo coming back the other way again. It's giving away a cheap one. If the ref calls it back, it's play on given.
So many dummies. It's mesmerising sometimes to watch from Kills You. It's almost always in danger of over-egging the pudding sometimes, but it's good build-up so far. Hatate cuts inside once more. That is absolutely beautiful. And who's there for the tap-in? It's Maeda once more. Celtic 1, Bayern 0. Kills You with an amazing goal. A bit fortunate with the tap-in, but still amazing nonetheless, to make it 1-0 to the boys in green.
Yeah, it's faint again. It's dummies. They're getting the shot away in that corridor, as he saw how tight it was to even get the ball through there. And again, Ulrich, as much as he could do, it's tapped it straight up into the air. And again, you know, it's one of those moments, if you're playing it at home, you'll probably be just slamming the buttons as hard as you can and just hope your defender gets there first. But instead, it's Maeda who gets there. Kills who taps it in. And Celtic get themselves, in some regards, a fortuitous 1-goal lead. But it's a very tight one with just over half an hour in-game minutes to go here.
And that goal has triggered a response from Jose. Clearly needs to change something. Not happy with how his team has played so far. Not too many changes. Doesn't want to get stuck in that analysis paralysis, so to speak.
Substitutions taking place.
But there's absolutely something to be said about Kills You and his weaving and his feints, his dummies. It was the same on Monaco, but we're getting to see it so much more often now. Confirmation Kills You up to 4 now on the season. Now he has control of all 11, whereas you're seeing it so much more.
Yeah, and that's the vital part of it, is that you only have yourself to rely on now, is that's an offside given. And I think looking at just touching on Jose there, I think he'd be slightly aggrieved because he hasn't really done all that much wrong here and still finds himself 1-0 down. I can't really see any other real trouble has been given to him apart from that bit of fortune that was there for Kilzu.
Our attentions now then turn to the Spaniard of Jose. Bayern are a great club and have high hopes as they do in every competition. Time to step up now as Celtic have reclaimed the lead of Group A. That is, of course, as things stand. That can still change if this game too has a different result. Here is Gnabry. Can't quite get past Julien. As we take a look at the comparable club stats, Wes, the goals conceded for Bayern, I think that's going to be a big sticking point for them and something they're going to try and shore up, no doubt, going into their next match day.
Yeah, it's certainly something to look at from a Bayern Munich standpoint, and even from a Celtic standpoint to a lesser degree, is that to go through competitions and to win games, yes, you do have to gamble a little bit, but not to the extent that you have seen today. And certainly goal difference wise, it's been very, very tight, and it's +1 if that for Celtic at the moment. So although they might be top of the tree at the moment, their goal difference is quite poor. So I think that'll be something for both teams to look at.
Less than 15 in-game minutes then for Bayern to chase the equaliser, and of course on the other side for Celtic to hang on. Kilzu's given the ball away, but luckily Juranovic has stepped up well. Hernandez now stepping up for a tackle, and this is the time you need virtual leaders to step up and make challenges like that. Here is Koeman, who beats his man well. Opportunity now to get a cross in. Lovely double touch, but it will only be a corner. Has he even given a corner here, though? No, it's a goal kick. Last touch coming off a Bayern man.
Yeah, you can see the patient kind of play there with Jose's dribbling was very, very good. Kilzu, you can see both his player with his hands behind his back, just trying to cover whatever was coming his way, and he just double touched just a little bit too much and gave his opponent a little bit too much of the ball to work with, and again rolls out for a goal kick to Celtic, and again you can see these tactical tweaks coming in left and right here. You can see Bayern looking almost to a 3-4-3, so they're very much looking to go for it in these moments, whereas Kilzu looking very relaxed, looking almost nonplussed about the situation. Same with Jose, trying not to give too much away.
Well, as we sit back and admire the tweaks, the position changes, the change of instructions to the virtual players, the task remains the same here for Jose.
Substitution on the field.
If you chase an equaliser and you're able to get it in these final 10 in-game minutes, Bayern will retain their lead at the top of the group, if I'm not mistaken. And here is Musiala. Sane on that far side as well. Nervy moments here for both clubs. Sane gets the ball in. Musiala goes across the face of goal. Lewandowski goes to ground. And Celtic, they survive yet another attack. Into the final 5 in-game minutes, and this is the time of the match. You need to be concentrating, because it can be won or lost here. Sane inside the box, looking for Gnabry. Celtic survive again. How many more scares can they survive here, Wes?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's you can see the almost gegenpress kind of coming into the fore here from Bayern, but it's getting a little bit too little too late here as ball gets bounced off of him and goes out for a goal kick, and again those vital seconds just slowly ticking down. But it looks like Celtic will look to walk away with 3 points here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kilzu may be the acquisition of the season so far. He gets another 3 points for Celtic FC. Game 2 goes their way. An incredible 1-0 victory as we take a look at the stats. Completely dominant in every column, Wes. Kilzu. What a performance from this young man today.
Yeah, he's certainly coming to the fore. We wondered almost whether he would step out of the shadows that we had seen with co-op gameplay. At least we saw how potent he was as a goal scorer, and it's now showing that not only can he score goals, he can defend almost for his life here as well. You see great bits of skill, good pieces of manual goalkeeping. A very, very tight game indeed.
That is, of course, not to overlook the efforts of Jose on the other side. He tried, he just could not break down the defence. Already secured 3 points today in his previous match against Osnabrück, of course, the Manchester United game of match number 2 today. But Kilzu, all the plaudits go to him. Mesmeric at times, metronomic the way he was able to utilise his Celtic players and befuddle and bewilder the defence. It's almost a shame, Wes, in the end. He only scored the one. He won't be in the race for the Golden Boot at the end of today, but the important thing for him is that he has 6 points out of a possible 6 today, Semra, and what a performance from young Kilzu.
What a performance indeed. As you say, 100% win rate so far for him. Really has been quite the surprise package, and one very much to keep an eye on as we progress over the next few weekends in this tournament, making a very big name for himself so far. Well, let's go ahead and see what is in store for this final game of the day, in the final match of the day, of course, and it should be a very tasty tie indeed. By now we all know who's going to be appearing in this 1v1 final game between Celtic and Bayern Munich. It's going to be Asba Bisk, who also has had a very impressive day so far. Up until this last game, he was the only player to have kept a clean sheet so far, and he certainly has been flying his way through with his debut with Celtic after a year hiatus in this tournament. As for Alex Alguacil, he will certainly have hoped to have put the painful defeat of earlier today behind him, as he's the only player to have lost by more than 1 goal margin, losing by 2 goals to Cams earlier when they played against Manchester United. So he'll have to be a little bit more adventurous, he'll have to be tighter at the back, but it certainly is a bit of a big ask and a tough task against somebody who has been one of the best defenders so far in this in the tournament today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Semra, and those are great points that you bring up, because not only did Asba Bisk keep a clean sheet, but also it was against a player the calibre of Guifera, who for Monaco seemed like a great acquisition, but just came up to a bit of a roadblock thanks to Asba Bisk's fantastic defending. So the fact he's able to do that against a world-class opposition, he's going to have to do it again here against Alex Alguacil. But the fact he's able to keep a clean sheet there, and then on the other side, Alex maybe has struggled a little bit. I guess maybe it's too early to say that, to score goals. But if you're looking at the previous results, Wes, you have to say that maybe this is looking like Asba Bisk has the advantage going into this one.
He may just have a slight edge, but if there's one person you don't write off here, it's Alex Alguacil. Again, comes from an incredible pedigree of eFootball kind of skills and honours that go with it. I think it's just a little bit too short of a time to write him off just yet. Jose, again, has asked for a response from his teammates. Let's see if he can pull that out of the bag in this game.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a look at how things stand as we approach our final game of match day 1 for Group A. Celtic, as things stand, top the group with 9 points. Bayern are the only team that can overthrow them at this point with this next game, because Monaco and Manchester United, they are done for today. We will see them next weekend, Wes. But you have to say, is this almost a bit of a crossroads at this point for Bayern München? This next game, if you win it, you're above Celtic, but if you lose it, you're quite off the pace, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's the danger here, is that you want one of these top 3 out of 4 spots. Ideally, I think everybody would want the top spot just to get themselves out of having to play additional games. But I think looking at it from this standpoint, you want to be looking up rather than looking down. And if you're Bayern Munich, you want that victory just to get yourselves just the nose ahead going into the final match day for this group.
Well, looks like the players are in. They are locked. They are loaded. We say thanks, of course, to Semra. We'll chat again after the game. And I do wonder what type of storyline we'll be retelling between these two players. We've set it up nicely. Ayaz Babisk, one of those really stalwart defensive players in the entire competition. Alex, who went up against Cams earlier, as Semra said, the only player so far to have lost by a 2-goal margin. He needs a big performance here. This could be a season-defining performance here for Bayern München.
Yeah, it really could. This has all the makings of a tie that could define where exactly they end up in this table. Are they looking up and looking to get the top spot on the final day? Or are they potentially looking down and looking to see whether they can just stay in those top 3 places?
Well, the game is kicked off. Our final game of this match and this match day as well. Celtic versus Bayern. It's Ayaz Babisk versus Alex Alguacil. And Bayern could use a very healthy result here indeed. One thing about defensive players we've seen in the eFootball scene in the past, where sometimes they struggle. If they do concede early, they can struggle at times to get their attacking game going. Do you foresee that potentially being a problem here for Ayaz Babisk, or do we think maybe the experience should carry him through should he go behind early?
Well, I think it depends on how you set your lineup up from a formation point of view. If you're already set out in a defensive lineup, it's then going to be even harder for you to get forward and make things happen.
Well, look at this from Kyogo, almost breaking through the back line. And I think Ayaz Babisk, if he is listening to us now, is probably insistent on us not calling him a defensive-minded player. He is wanting to prove us that he can score some beautiful goals as well. We know he has it in him, but the reason we speak about his defensive capabilities so often, Wes, is because he is such a good defender. Here is Hatate looking for Maeda. Nothing doing that time around, but sometimes you just get a reputation as a player. I remember him in seasons past topping near enough the defensive points tally. That is, of course, in co-op play and a few years ago now, but was always impressed with his defensive resiliency, so hopefully we can see something up the other end of the pitch here as well.
It takes a lifetime to develop a reputation. It can take a second to destroy it. It'll only take one, mammoth performance of a glut of goals, and all of a sudden we won't be talking about defensive-minded anymore. We'll be talking about goals as he's trying to make his way through there again. But again, we know the capabilities of these players. We just obviously point out those characteristics that they're known for, but certainly, he's no shrinking violet when it comes to scoring goals either.
Well, definitely not. He's had the lion's share of possession so far as well. And that will be something that I think Celtic fans will be quite happy to see. A point would do to keep them at the top of Group A come the end of the match day, which of course ends at the end of this game, Game 3. Well, here's Marcel Sabitzer, and it's going to come back here to Gnabry. And with 2 bites of the cherry, Alex and Bayern come away with nothing. Hatate now for Celtic will win a free kick, but surely, Wes, that should have been at least a goal. I'll come back to you as Maeda now is in the box with time to turn as well, but Thiago cannot quite get control of the ball.
Yeah, and it was that moment. I think he tried to be a little bit too kind of cute with it, and from Alex's point of view, where he tried to dummy back inside and then take the shot on. If it had just maybe he could have got a deflection, and like we said, rather than try and be this kind of cold and clinical nature of, taking the 100% chance, sometimes you've got to take a risk or two and maybe bank on the game, giving you a little bit of luck here and there.
Now it's time for Alex then to come forward. 10 in-game minutes till half-time. It would be a great time to get a goal. Lewandowski using his strength. But unfortunately, does not end up in a goal for Bayern this time around. Look out for that more, though, as Thiago tries to get in behind. But it's always interesting to see, now with this 1v1 format, how the players set their teams up differently to their teammates. As good defensive work there from Alex. Retains possession for himself. You always see, for Celtic, Maeda is usually, so far this match day at least, the talisman, and he's trying to get in behind once more. But from what I've seen in the opening half, Ajax seems to be favouring Thiago trying to get in behind, and it's been working fairly well so far, although he doesn't have a goal to show for it, Wes. It's given Alex some trouble there at the back.
Yeah, I think it's more a case from Ajax, it's more a case of using Thiago as a vehicle to get Maeda into the game. So it's more a case of, once you take your eyes off of one attacker, you then have to focus on the other. So, again, there's this whole trying to keep almost the spotlight, as it were. If you were in a prison yard, you're trying to, evade capture. You're trying to keep the spotlight off of Maeda, and he's trying to put it more onto Thiago to allow that opportunity to go in, because we've seen, Maeda be the kind of the focal point of a Celtic attack through the entirety of this match day so far.
We'll take a quick moment to listen in to Alex and the Bayern boys.
No, si ya está. Si tú tranquilo. Tú has tenido la tuya y lo que tienes que hacer es que no te meta gol. Luego los últimos minutos, si quieres, le metes un poquito de caña, pero ya está. Confianza, o sea, te veo.
You can hear, Wes, I believe that's Jose in the back, if I'm not mistaken.
Vamos, nene, vamos.
Vamos, tío.
Just advising Alex there on the sticks for Bayern München how to get the best out of his team. Or maybe he spotted something in this Celtic defence that he himself experienced earlier on that potentially could be exploited here from Bayern.
Yeah, it's always handy to have that type of support network in place that will see something that you might not necessarily have noticed. I mean, it's a fresh set of eyes will do the trick 9 times out of 10, and hopefully we'll see this game just open up a little bit more, because at the moment it's 0-0. We haven't really seen that many chances. I think we'll see it open up as time goes on here.
Here is Sabitzer, skips past his man, and Lewandowski has a great chance to open the scoring. And he tucks it away. Brilliantly taken goal by Alex to fire Bayern into the lead, 1-0.
It's taking those extra passes. You'll see through this build-up, it was calm, it was collected, it was moving the ball at the right pace at the right time. And again, that little dummy takes it away. That one misstep from a defender where Ajax tried to get the ball back and knows where this ball's going, but he can't stop it. It's a neat little ball in from Sabitzer. Lewandowski takes it under his wraps. And, once you hit a shoot button with Lewandowski that far out, you know where it's going. It's hitting the back of the net.
That reaction from Alex there maybe says to me, he's thinking, well, what took me so long? Why did that take so long to find that goal? Second on the day for Alex Alguacil. But it's an important one as it gives Bayern the lead. But for how long? Maeda and Ajax now have work to do. You're so right. You can see what it does to the league table here in Group A. But Maeda's taken a great touch, and that's a fantastic piece of goalkeeping. And the second ball is offside. But what a save here from Alex. That is absolutely incredible.
That's an unbelievable save. And how defining that will be in the game going forward, I mean, will remain to be seen. But we'll certainly see that in the highlight package afterwards. That's a wonderful manual save.
So as it stands then, Bayern topping the group. If it stays like this, of course. Thanks to a wonderful change of pace within the build-up play of Alex. He'll want more of that, of course, to make it a little bit more comfortable for his side as we enter the final third of the match. And look at this, Kyogo almost in behind, forces a corner. Turnbull with the corner. Will be an in-swinger. And there's a second chance here for Celtic as well. Kyogo looking for Maeda. Great save. Not done yet. It's Hatate for Ayaz Babisk and Celtic to make it 1 goal apiece. Hesitation was fatal at the back for Alex. And Celtic, they get their equaliser.
Yeah, it stems from not blocking that corner. It comes from that chance. It gets cleared out. Ball is recycled very well by AS Babisk. It's a great ball in there. And again, the fortune comes in here. You could argue a lot. I've seen those given as fouls. But again, AS Babisk tucks it away, plays to the whistle. And you can see the reaction from Alex. Furious, believes that should have probably been a foul. And I'm certainly in that camp of believing that should have been a foul. But again, I'm not the man in the middle. I'm not the ref. And as a result, that's why I'm sat here. And it's 1-1, equaliser in. And it will certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, that will be a frustrating one for Alex to have conceded. And what's interesting me here the most, Wes, is that I think maybe Ayaz Babisk realises that a point is all that's needed to retain possession at the top of the table. Because I'm seeing fresh legs in the midfield. I'm also seeing a new striker come on. So maybe I'm just reading into things, and maybe I should let Ayaz Babisk finish his substitutes before reading into it. But we are set up really nicely now for the home stretch of this final game of our final match of match day 1.
Yeah, I think looking at the way that this is kind of setting up, you can see an all-blue mentality from Celtic. So it's a case of kind of, tucking your chin in for a moment just to see whether you can ride out a potential counter-attack off the kickoff. And then it's a case now of, does AS Babisk want to take this on and get the points on the board? That's the real critical question here. We might just get our answer.
Yeah, look at this. Jota is offside. Looks promising, but the defensive pressure was enough. And a reminder, if you missed today's match day, you can see games 1 and 2 at the top of your screen between these two clubs. It's been a fascinating affair, it really has. But as things stand, it's a Scottish club on top of Group A. Turnbull now on that far side. Sabitzer looking for Sane inside, but not dangerous enough to challenge the goalkeeper. And now the ball comes the other way as we tick into the final 15 in-game minutes. There's the man they're looking for, and as well you are, Ayaz Babisk! The turnaround is completed! 2-1 to Celtic FC! And it's looking like they will end this match day at the very top of Group A.
Yeah, it's a great tuck away from Majetti. Again, just about gets himself back on side. I was almost anticipating a flag, but looking at it again, it's a wonderful ball for the right-hand side. Maeda just tucks it in. Majetti, again, as we said earlier, just slam it. If you're unsure of where to put the ball, just hit it as hard as you can. Hit it true, hit it straight. You can see what that means to AS Bibiski. You can see the almost dejection on the face of Alex Alguacil. You just see the kind of the outtake of breath, and you can just see how much that may have just depleted the energy level of FC Bayern Munich.
Well, we'll take a moment to listen to both sets of players, but I will submit a formal apology to AS Bibisk for painting him as more of a defensive player, as the turnaround is complete. 2 excellently taken goals. Let's have a listen.
Ah, c'est ça. Je dois faire un truc là ou pas? Changement, non, tu restes en dev, t'essaies de défendre. Tu restes comme ça, ça change pas. Ouais, tu vas juste. Les mecs, j'arrive, parce que là, t'as vu, Radeski, il faut lui là. Bien sûr qu'il faut Radeski. Là, sur la poche, c'est un truc.
Well, we heard just after the goal went in, I think it was Lotfi, or potentially it could have been Killsy saying kick off, watch out for the kick off. That's what Alex is setting up for here, and this is something that AS Bibisk needs to be very aware of, because he could be the second Celtic player today, Wes, to take 6 points away from a possible 6. It would be a huge result for Celtic FC.
Yeah, it'd be one for the confidence as well, because looking at the Celtic lineup, you probably would have looked at Lotfi as their potential strongest player, and you know, instead we're now looking at, you know, his 2 cohorts and teammates who have potentially gotten quite a few points on the board here.
Well, this is what Celtic were wary of, and they've survived the kick-off attack. Maeda, he has played really well today. Not so much in a talisman role, but a supporter today. Jota trying to get around his man. Ajeti, who as well has made an impact off the bench. But now it's time to see AS Bibisk perform his bread and butter. Show us why you're a defensive master. Sane now for Alex. Lewandowski in behind as well. It will be a corner in the final 10 minutes. Once again, Wes, doesn't look like this driven cross is going to be blocked or even attempted to by AS Bibisk. Will that be fatal? Schüller at the front post. And it's dealt with well in the end.
Yeah, and you know, you are almost gambling with it. You know, just letting the ball go into the box, you are at the mercy and the lottery of eFootball as to whether your player is going to register the fact that ball is hurtling towards them. So you're going to have to be on your guard and make sure that you're right onto task to make sure you can clear that ball. But AS Bibisk, again, channeling that inner defensive demon that we have said exists within him, that is just clearing this ball again and again at this moment in time, that keeps giving possession back to Bayern.
You've got to be wary as well, stepping up in these tackles, not to give away a foul or even worse, the ball. But that's a successful one, and as we approach stoppage time now, it's looking less and less likely an equaliser will come for Bayern, and Alex gives the ball away. Game management time now for the Frenchman. Sabitzer gets the ball back, but is there enough time on the clock to get this into the Celtic half? It's a long boot, but it's only up to the halfway line. And AS Bibisk has not secured it yet. I thought that was the full-time whistle, Wes. But maybe it should just be enough, as we're into the 4th minute now of 3 added on. You just don't give the ball away here. If you're AS Bibisk, anywhere will do. And there is the final whistle. Celtic will finish match day 1 at the very top of Group A. A brilliant start to the eFootball Championship Pro 2022. What a performance.
Yeah, massive result. And you can see exactly what it means to Hayes Babisk. But again, credit to Celtic. They've come away from this match day with an incredible performance. Again, kind of knocking off players that we wouldn't necessarily have expected to. What is it, 12 points out of a possible 18? It's a fantastic performance from them. You can see the dejection written all over Bayern Munich and written all over Alex's face there. They just haven't quite hit that height. And again, now kind of puts them in a little bit of a pickle going into the second match day. But it all looked, very well indeed. Goal goes in for Lewandowski, and we thought that was going to be the start, and we thought that was going to be something to kind of latch on to, and instead it started to move the other way.
Yeah, I do feel for Alex. It's a game that we highlighted that could be a big decider in this group, and the way he's conceded there is very unfortunate. And of course, after the game earlier on as well against Manchester United and Cams, he would have loved to have walked away from today with points to his name and, more importantly, to Bayern's name. But here is the winner for Celtic FC to secure them 6 points and to stay at the top of Group A. A fantastic match day one from Celtic. They'll be so happy with their new signings. And Semra, Celtic, top of Group A.
All I can say, guys, is great Scott. They have been fantastic today, right? I think so many of us didn't exactly expect that it would go so incredibly well for them, but it in fact has gone swimmingly well for them, and they have passed all sorts of tests with flying colours. So let's go ahead and have a quick look back at the results of these past 3 games for the final match of today. Of course, there were 3 matches for Group A, and it ended, at least between Celtic and Bayern Munich, in the following manner, with 2-3 a victory for Bayern in that opening fixture, but then it got worse from there for them. It was a victory for Celtic, just 1-0 in game 2, and then another victory as well, 2-1 in that final game. And curiously enough, in every single match has only been a 1-goal difference. So it's been incredibly tight, the competition all the way throughout. And I think you're absolutely right, Harry. Whenever it comes to the astute planning that they've had, Celtic, in the pre-season, trying to put together a brand new team, assembling this brand new team, they've proven to us that they're very much the team to beat.
Yeah, they went out and they got their players, and I tell you what, it has been a huge risk that has paid off. You've gotten 2 proven players already in the league in the co-op, but you're not really too sure sometimes with these co-op players what you're gonna get from the 1-versus-1 game. But credit to Killsy, he's been an absolute diamond so far today for Celtic. And then of course you have Ayaz Babisk as well. Both of those 2 players that I mentioned today grabbing 6 points from their 2 games respectively. So maximum points from those 2. Some real value signings here for the Scottish club, and they will be very happy with the business, not only done today but also in the off-season, to secure their men.
It does really feel as though they seem to have exorcised the ghosts of seasons past, crashing out in the group stage, and now they're at the very top, leading the way. Well, let's hand things over to Wes, who's going to speak to the team captains of both respective sides from this last match to get some insights, thoughts and analysis then as to how it all panned out. Wes, what have you got for us?
Yeah, thank you, Semra. I'm here with Alex. Alex, my friend, commiserations for your performances here today. I mean, it's you can see the disappointment etched all over your faces, and I only have to ask that, how do you recover going into the final match day after such a kind of a disappointing result against Celtic?
Yeah, as you say, it's a totally horrible feeling for me, and trying to work into it after the feeling of today's match is totally everything that I worked in the last weeks. It wasn't able to really adapt to the game style today. So, well, no excuses, hard work, and we will see it's not over, and we will give our maximum to be in the next round for sure.
Well, from a positive standpoint, at least you are still second in the table, sat with, I think it's 7 points. I mean, granted, there's a bit of a gap up to the first place there, but there were still positives here. I mean, some of the footwork, some of the passing play that we saw from all three of you guys, was very, very good to see. I mean, there's certainly things to work on there. Are you confident you can make it through to the knockout phase?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure we have to. So we will work during the week a lot, and I'm sure Bayern will be in next round. I'm sure, but we will have to work even more. Even myself has to change some things in mind, in gameplay as well. And let's see how it's going on next week.
Yeah, no, it's really good to speak to you, Alex. Thank you very much for your time and commiserations once again. Hopefully, we'll see Bayern Munich prevail going forward. And then up next, of course, we've got what I consider to be now is no longer the young gun. He's now a fully fledged eFootball pro in Kielzu. Kielzu, a very good afternoon to you. A great performance from yourself all the way through this match day. How has it been in new colours, in the green and white instead of the red and white?
Yes, I'm very happy because we did very well today. All the team work together. We did a lot of things. It's really difficult because the difference between teams are very, very hard. We play against Lewandowski 98. Our best player is 85, so very difficult. We're very happy of this result.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the differences in players that you have, but the players that you do have at your disposal, we've seen Maeda used to great effect. Kyogo has been fantastic. Hatate, I mean, we've seen your double touches, the dummies, the feints, all of those kind of mechanisms that you guys have been using. Especially for yourself, we talked about other games that you play in terms of your fighting games. Have those reactions and those combos, has that helped you, kind of transition over to eFootball?
Yes, it's hard because all of players in this competition are top level. It's the best we can see on eFootball now. So I'm very happy because we did a very great job, and I'm just happy, and we will focus on the next match day against Manchester next week.
Well, you guys are top of the tree, and as we can keep seeing here, a little bit fortuitous to get that goal, AS Bibisk, but again, a massive performance from all three of you guys today. Very well done to be top of the group. Back to Semra in the studio.
Thanks very much, Wes. Great to hear from the players, though, to get their thoughts as to that last match. But I think we can give some thoughts of our own now, reflect on everything that we've seen over the last few hours in the opening day of the brand new season, because there have been so many things that we can take out from the last three matches and across all of those 9 games. Here is just a full breakdown of some of the points and where they were won and where they were lost. But in terms of actual storylines and things to really keep an eye on going forward throughout the tournament, well, we already mentioned the fact that Celtic very much one to keep an eye on, but there's plenty of superstars in the making. There are those that are on the comeback trail. There have been 35 goals already today and counting. Of course, by the way, for those of you watching, we want to know which one you enjoyed the most. So use the comments box there and let us know which game and which goal you would like to pick for the best of the day, because there have been many to pick from. But guys, what would you say are the main things to take away from what we've seen in this opening day of the season?
Oh, it's got to be Celtic. It absolutely has to be. If you told me at the start of the day that Celtic would take 12 points away and none of them would be claimed by Lotfi, I would have laughed in your face. That is absolutely an incredible result for them. Yeah, I don't want to laugh at you, Semra, but unless you make a joke, which you do quite often, actually. You're quite funny. It's an incredible performance by Celtic. If they can get Lotfi rolling, this Group A may have an unpredictable winner. I don't think any of us saw Celtic be as good as they were. So if Lotfi can get on the board, well, Celtic are looking really scary.
Wes, do you want to chime in as well?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I think the shock for me is probably the fact that Monaco haven't performed to their own level. I mean, granted, we've only seen 3 of their games, so they have certainly got a lot of games to go. But for them to not perform to their level, I'm quite surprised. However, saying that, the X factor that I kind of identified with Nexa really came through, managed to just hold on to that valuable 3 points, and again, that gives them a little bit of a light going into the next match day. As we can see the goals table as well, though, Mestre leading the charge.
Yeah, Mestre with 7. That is a huge amount to be considering where they are in the group table. They'll be very happy with how Mestre's playing. For the rest of the squad, you're probably looking for some improved results to see Bayern go into the next round. Lotfi kills you. O'Neill and Cams, of course, round out the top 5. We have a fair few goal scorers on multiple goals, which is what we want to see. What was it, Summer? You said 35 goals so far on match day 1. That is absolutely incredible. So hopefully we see more goals in the coming match days.
I'm sure we certainly will. We'll see if they can capitalise tomorrow and score even more than that. But in any case, Celtic will see if they can continue to ride on a high on cloud 9, that is, and see if Bayern Munich have some work to do and can come back then in the next week. And we'll see what Monaco as well as Manchester United are capable of. Of course, they only played 1 match for today. But, of course, the action continues tomorrow and it's coming thick and fast. And we have lots to look ahead to and to get excited about when it all kicks off between Galatasaray and AS Roma. That's followed by FC Barcelona and Arsenal FC. Then last but not least, for Sunday, for the weekend and for the opening 2 days, it's going to be Galatasaray against Barcelona. So guys, what are the things that we need to know about tomorrow? The unmissable matches, the unmissable players. What is it that we need to know?
Oh, I think the big one is probably that second game of Group B, Barcelona versus Arsenal, is always a huge tie, whether it's on the real world pitch or the virtual pitch. I'm looking forward to that one the most.
Yeah, for me, I mean, for me personally, I think the team to look for tomorrow, Galatasaray. They bring the noise, they bring the passion. They've got an incredible fan base, might I add, and this will probably be their coming out party. I mean, they've got some very good players amongst their ranks. They've got to make use of what they have. And if anything's to go by, you know, judging from what we saw today, it's the underdogs that will come through. So, you know, tomorrow we'll probably see Galatasaray top their group. It just will happen.
I love it. More twists and turns, I'm sure, are in store for us tomorrow. Having said that, same place, same time, 1 p.m. Central European Time. Do join us on the official eFootball YouTube channel. And of course, stay abreast of all the latest news across all of the social media platforms as it pertains to eFootball. We hope that you've enjoyed today. It's been a brilliant day here. I'm sure more excitement is to come, more goals and all sorts of fanfare. So do tune in again. Just as a reminder, 1 p.m. Central European Time. We'll see you there. Until then, take care wherever you are in the world. Until tomorrow.